at him, I'm back strong.
And city versus city, something, you know, it gives us a little more edge. My home city versus someone else's home city. So it's like you're fighting for your territory kind of a thing. So it's a great thing and I love about that.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as this is me, Dr. Dang, and today we have a surprise as CA is going to be joining me alongside Dinkar as we are going to be welcoming you all to AMD Ryzen 5000 series presents Skyesports League 2020 powered by WD Black NVMe SSDs. So how is the Josh, my friends?
I'm just extremely excited. I think it was a really long, like IPL section of series, and I'm really glad to be joining you guys for the semifinals and finals. top 4 teams here ready to duke it out. It's the best of the best.
I mean, that is definitely true. Dinkar, how has the day been, except the fact that you're turning into Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Something. Yeah, it works like that. See, it's magic. It's gone now. Something is happening, but that's not going to be the talking point of the day. Talking about the tournament that has gone through till now. 8 teams fighting it out for the last 20 days, and we had CA in the chat as well for the first few days and throughout the tournament. Then now he's here. I'm very excited to cast with him. Let's see how that goes. But right now it's going to be Bengaluru versus Hyderabad. It's going to be VLT versus G. So the last game that we had, the last Hyderabad versus Bengaluru game we had, it was not the usual Bengaluru versus Hyderabad. We had the management teams fighting it out just because they both had qualified. So we had that action coming into play. But today it's going to be the same teams fighting it out. Today it's going to be both the teams fighting it out for the final spot and for that first place 4 lakh rupees prize pool as well.
I mean, that is definitely true because here we, in fact, have the entire breakdown of what we have, as the prize pool. So, a total of 10 lakh rupees or 1 million INR, which is going to be the biggest prize pool that we have in South Asia for any Valorant tournament. So, the first place is going to walk away with 4 lakhs, second place gets 2.5 lakhs, third gets 1 lakh, fourth gets 50,000. MVP and the star players are going to get 50,000 each, and the teams that place 5th through 8th are going to get 25,000 rupees each as well. So, you know what, CA? Today it is going to be for that top end of the pyramid that we see in front of us. The first, second, third, fourth place are going to be decided on the basis of the games that we see today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, winning today is not just a matter of pride. We know the rivalry between both these teams, right? So the pride definitely in play. But just looking at the prize pool, it's like a 5x. If you win this year, automatically qualifying to the finals, your prize pool goes up a big bump. So definitely lot on the line for both of the teams, and therefore we're gonna see the best come out for them. Extremely high stakes environment is really where these players tend to perform at their best. So I'm expecting the very best from them. Now I think for me, Dang and Thinker, like, I'm going to look out for SkRossi. I think he's going to be back with a vengeance after losing to them earlier in the tournament. And he's the sort of player, once he gets going, there really is no stopping him.
I mean, then could you have anything to add to that? Because we know, and honestly, not just know, we have seen what SkRossi has done throughout the tournament.
Yep.
We have seen his op plays, his jet plays, his crazy plays, the plays that we did not expect coming out from him. And I just hope that we see a lot more of those today.
Yeah, if you talk about Rossi, he's one of those players who can change the game completely in his team's favor. He's good with every gun and with the operator. He's just one of the best. Now, in the starting phase of the tournament, we did see him in the top 5 leaderboard as well. If you talk about the kills leaderboard that is coming on the screen right now, we had him on the screen. But it's just that if you talk about the work management, if you talk about the kills management on the Bengaluru side, it actually divides kills uniformly across all the players, and that's why you are not seeing Rossi on top of that leaderboard, because he's certainly one of those players which we know, who we look out for in that top 5 player leaderboard. But looking at that, you have Deathmaker on the top, sitting with 289 kills and 141 deaths, more than a 2 KD in this kind of tournament where the top of the pyramid players are playing here, and still he's able to get that 2 KD. That speaks wonders about his talent, the skill he has got, and the type of team player he is. Flex also, sporting some good numbers there. Although his team is out of the tournament, but still, Flex and Rafaa, they did a lot of heavy lifting for their team to actually, get that kind of things going in for them. Unfortunately, they were not able to move into the semifinals, but that's just for another day. Deathmaker, he still has got a chance to maintain that KD and to actually get some more numbers up there, because he still has a match to go. I guess it's going to be the semifinal tomorrow. We will see Rajasthan and Kolkata go up against each other.
That is true, and I think out of all the players that we see on the leaderboard till now, it is basically just Deathmaker and MW1 who can do anything, because Rafaa is out, so is Flex, and so is Strixx as well, because
Strixx.
Mumbai and Chennai both did not qualify through Group A. So honestly, it's going to be a good thing for Rajasthan that they have 2 players who are already on the leaderboard. So, the MVP, the star players, they could definitely be coming in from Team Rajasthan. And if you have a player in mind, let us know in chat, because we want to see what are going to be your predictions for the MVP MVP award as well as the star player awards. And not to mention, if you have a prediction for a map that we could be going to for map 1 between Hyderabad and Bangalore, put that in chat as well.
Yeah, I think it will be really interesting, especially considering that it's not just about the organizations, not just about the players. These teams are carrying the entire pride and culture of a city behind them. And considering like how proud I am of the city I come from, I expect everybody in the chat, like, everybody in the audience, to be just as expectant, right? The Bengaluru fans, they're going to be looking here today to global esports, see if they can really push through, carry that pride forward. But for Hyderabad, I mean, Hyderabad constantly able to reign supreme. They're taking the lead here. So I'm expecting Hyderabad to be able to decide it. And I think, as you said, Dank, the first map going to be so important because if either team is able to pick up that first map, the momentum it's able to generate such an important factor in a best of five, where you end up in a position where you don't really want to be fighting from the back, rather always have that lead so you can get that cushion to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, actually, it does matter. And now, looking at the fact that it's going to be a best of five instead of best of three, what we saw in the qualifier stage. So now coming to the best of five, teams have a question to fall onto. Even if they, lose the first two games, it's still going to be first three games that's going to decide the winner. If they go on to win the first three sets consecutively, that's going to be hard because these are the same finals. You talk about the talent pool, you talk about the players. Each of these players, they have the match winning capability. They have the potential to turn match head over heels at any point, any moment of time. Even if it's a 1v2, 1v3, we expect these players to do that. We expect these players to turn the game completely in their team's favor. So let's see if that comes into play. It's going to be a tough task for both of these teams, just because the stakes are so high, the prize is so high. We have this player cards coming up as well. We have sent that on Instagram as well. So if you want to have a better look at it, you can just go on to our Instagram, and this you can have a look at the new setup, the new player cards that are coming up.
That
It looks
is,
great, right?
yeah. These graphics, honestly, they're pretty cool. And the team stats one, that was so cool.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that. I wanted to see how it looks on stream, and honestly, it looks so good. So, with that out of the way, one thing that I would definitely like to point out, what CA emphasized, was the first map is going to be very important, because if it is going to be a map that you win, or a map that you are comfortable on and even do not win, you will still be setting up for a fun game ahead. You'll still be setting up for a game that you think that you'll have the chance, which is why you'll want to fight for it. But if you start off on a map where you either get absolutely trashed or you get thrashed, and if there's going to be a map that you're not going to like as well, I mean, if you think about it, Split's going to be a map that Bangalore would not want to start on, because you know that Hyderabad is a team that is very strong on a map like Split. Even though it may be a weaker map for you, you would not want to start off on it. And yeah, I basically feel that a bind or a split is severely going to favor either Bangalore or Hyderabad. So I hope that we see an Ascent or a Haven, so that these teams can warm up into the game, and possibly we see them peak at map 2 or map 3, because those are going to be the important sections of the game.
Yeah, I think Ascent would be the perfect map one because both of the teams have very different ideas when it comes to Ascent. Global esports, it's all about trying to enable SkRossi. But as we saw on the player stats just now, right? Excali. It's all about Cali unlocked for Hyderabad. 44 first bloods to his name, and I really have to appreciate the person who did get those graphics ready, because as an analytical caster, it's always nice to have the stats ready to back up the facts, and that's the facts for Hyderabad. Excali, when he's unlocked in game, he just completely takes it over. We've seen him on picks all over, from the Raze, Reyna to the Omen. So, like, I'm excited to see what he pulls up and where he's leaning towards in the team. Because if SkRossi is somebody to play around in global esports, and for Velocity Gaming, it ends up being really trying to find that player on form. For them, it's anybody able to step up. And the person who does step up on the day usually just steals the limelight away from everybody involved.
Yeah, and they will need him to step up today because it's Hyderabad on the other side. You need to have a good start to put that extra bit of pressure onto them. And now, in the past we have seen Hyderabad not doing so well in the pistol rounds, but this has not been the case in this tournament. We have seen them, going away with those pistol rounds as well. So that's going to come into play. And I would really like to see Bangalore playing a little aggressive today, because we have seen when a team goes passive against a team like Hyderabad, they get that initial lead and then they trample onto the other team, and they just go on to win those rounds. So that's going to be a factor today. Let's see if Bangalore can come up. I would really like to see the Rana on the other side, because when Rana comes in, and if he gets that first kill onto in the pistol round itself, that actually puts Rana, that gives him a tank like scenario where he can go in and he can completely dominate the other team, and then kill comes in Empress, and everything will fall in peace. So that we'll have to see if Bengaluru can go over the first two rounds, and then maybe if they can turn things in the full bias round as well. So, and if they get that initial point of momentum going in for them, they might just go with the victory. But as a lot of people are coming in the chat, and they are predicting a first round Hyderabad win. So if Bengaluru can change things here right at this moment in the first round itself, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto the Hyderabad side.
I I agree. I think that Team Hyderabad and Bangalore, I mean, both they are very experienced players. They know how to handle the pressure. But in a high stakes game like this, where you're in a semi final against your rival team, where it's a best of five, you'll probably have to go the distance. Mistakes are made, and at that point of time, it will really come down to which team is able to figure out the mistakes that they're making, and fix them. So it will come down to their IGLs. It will come down to, I believe, it's Skills who is the IGL for Team Bangalore. I'm not sure about this, but yeah, and it is Amaterasu who's the IGL for Team Hyderabad. So I'm pretty sure about that. But nonetheless, it will be down to the IGLs to keep the cool, to keep the calm, maintain their making sure that the players are kept in check throughout this best of five, because a best of five is not just going to be five maps that you play. It's going to be five people on five maps against five people, and whoever keeps their calm, keeps their mind head in the game, they are the team that's going to walk away with it.
Yeah, I definitely agree, right? The IGL is so important because, as we noted in the top five mark, none of these teams are teams that rely on like individual statistics. They're not in the top five for that reason being that they're always uniformly spread out. They're always looking to play as a unit. And the battle of hellRangeR versus Amaterasu, it's something that has been off the edge. It's not just from this particular scene. I think that battle has been going on for a while and continuously, at least over the past 5 months, in Valorant, it's been Amaterasu able to get the edge. So I'm sure hellRangeR, he's the sort of person who comes into a game with a plan. He likes to plan the composition according to what he expects from his opposition, and then look to play on the basis of that. We've seen stuff like the breach being pulled out from him, the idea just to allow SkRossi to be as aggressive as he wants, and I'm looking towards that sort of a plan to surprise Amaterasu, because as you said, mistakes, they will definitely happen, but that really is the forte, the signature of Hyderabad. They excel in adapting within the round itself, within the game, and when they make mistakes, immediately within the next few rounds, they're able to correct it. So you need to be able to punish them when those mistakes happen as much as possible, gain as much advantage as you can, because if that advantage isn't created, they will come back, they will learn, and they will just beat you for it.
Yeah, that does happen. If you talk about a team like let's say Hyderabad, you need to get that extra advantage, and you need KappA and hellRangeR to get things going for you. And those first picks, they are going to be very important. As we looked on those first bloods, again 22 first bloods. That's a very good number coming into play. You have played 12 matches, 213 kills. So each of the global esports player, each of the Bengaluru players, they have played a very vital role in the team's success till now. But today it's going to take a lot more, because you only get one game today. From the past few days we have been seeing that you get to play 6 games. Even if you lose a couple on trot, you still have a chance to come back. Now, talking about Hyderabad side, they are the only team who has been unbeatable till now throughout the tournament. In the past 20 days we have seen a lot of games. We have seen all these 8 teams fighting against each other in a lot of matches, but it was Hyderabad who came undefeated, and today they would like to continue with this undefeated streak. And that again, it's going to take a lot from the other side as well. Bengaluru, they have KappA again. As you said, hellRangeR. If he gets those duel goings, if he can win those duels, that would actually give that man advantage onto Bengaluru. And just going by the maps, we have seen that some maps we say that yeah, they are defensive favored, they are attacker favored. But if you just go by the stats, if you just go by the numbers, we have seen that teams on the defender side, they tend to win a lot more, irrespective of which map is being played. And when actually, when you come on the teams of this caliber, it's not just about the map, it's more about the execution that is coming in from the players. It's more about the plan that is coming in and how you're executing those plans. There is always a game strategy coming in, there are always analysts working behind the scenes and providing everything that is required for the success of a team. So it will be really important, if you talk about teamwork, it's always top notch when these two teams fight against each other. Synergy is always
Oh, looks
about
like.
that. But yeah, we'll have
All
to
right.
see what happens.
We thought we lost your mic for a second, but then it came back.
Yeah.
So, nonetheless, I mean, CA, you were talking about first bloods for Excali and SkRossi at 66. I mean, we can say that it could be down to the op. The reason that he plays the op is that he peaks a lot of aggressive long angles, which is why the first blood does go to him quite a few times. But still, 66, that is a huge number. And talking about hellRangeR, I mean, his KD might not be that great. He's only sitting at a +9, but look at those assists. He is there to support his team, and I think honestly, as an IGL, the way that he has done that throughout the tournament, throughout the time that we have seen. Not to mention KappA as well, 80 assists. I mean, both these players, they're clearly showing that at least in the support department, in the department of supporting their fraggers, G or Bangalore, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, G, there always been a team with like a particular role and strategy equipped to every single one of their players. Their first bloods for SkRossi, as you said, not only is he the op player that likes to go for the aggressive peaks, but they've also formulated that entire like double initiator, breach, Sova strategy around him. Use that flash and dash combo to really allow him to get the advantage for global esports. But for Hyderabad, where you will see them excel, is just finding the dual synergies, like the synergy in the individual side push between individual players, and that's where they become stronger. So for global esports, they need to try to band together as a team, and you can see that in that department is where players like KappA will be very important, because KappA, he's never been known for his fragging potential. What he has been known for is his absolute on point game sense, the idea of being able to understand what to expect from the other team and be able to predict where they're going to make a certain move. So important, especially when you're playing that Sova, because you need to be able to pull out the info on time. You need to be able to go for those cross map Hunter's Fury and get the value out of it. So KappA, he's very important to basically the entire clockwork of the way the Bangalore team works.
Yeah, very well explained. And just so today, the maps are completely decided. So it's going to be Haven first. You talk about Haven, it comes in with a lot of unpredictability. You have three plant sites, and that opens up a lot of things. And we have seen throughout the tournament that most of the comebacks that we have seen, it happened in Haven just because of the fact that it opens up a lot of things. It gives you a lot of possibilities, and that worked out for a lot of teams. When it was Kolkata versus Rajasthan, we saw what Kolkata came up with as soon as the split happened. Even if they were having a 6 point deficit, they were still able to crawl back. They were still able to go with a victory in the overtime. So starting with Haven, I guess it's going to give both of the teams a cushion if they win it. But if they lose Haven as well, that's going to put extra bit of pressure again.
I agree. I think that the at least the maps that we can see are we'll be going to. So we'll be going to Ascent twice, Haven once, Split once, and Bind once. So Haven, Split, Ascent, Bind, and then again an Ascent in the case that we go to a fifth map. And we have the sides as well. So Haven is going to start off with Hyderabad on defense and Bangalore on attack. I'll say that Haven can go any direction depending on the way that
Yeah.
these teams finish off their pistol rounds before the split and after the split. Because clearly, Haven's going to be an attacker sided map. We will be seeing a lot of aggressive plays come in. KappA on that Sova, he's going to be really important because garage control or at least C-Link, B-Link control is going to be very important for both these teams. And if they want to go for a B plant, I mean, fingers crossed that they're able to maintain map control, because I don't know about you, but I personally feel that planting B on Haven,
Yeah.
that is the biggest man move that you can do.
Yeah, it's the hardest side to defend against a retake, but given how small it is, you end up getting into these really weird positions for your post plant where you don't really have the opportunity to get the advantageous sightlines that you want in the post plants. But what you can do with the mid side is take B control and then funnel in onto A link or C link, and that's something that we've seen from both of these teams a lot. Now, going into Haven, I definitely think map one will be really, really close, but I like the fact that we're seeing Ascent twice because I think that is the most neutral map between both of these teams, the map where neither of these teams are favored. And so I'm excited to see just five maps as a whole. I hope we get that. I know everyone in the audience is hoping for that as well. But Haven is where we're going to be starting. And it's going to be up to Bangalore on the attacking side to make that good impression on the first half. Because I do feel like Haven, bit more attacking sided favorite, especially when you have two top class IGLs in the form of Amaterasu and hellRangeR. The IGLs excelling, that means the teams excel at making proactive plays. And when you're able to make those proactive plays on Haven, just confuse your the defenders with the pressure all around the map, force them into unnecessary rotations. That's really where you excel. So Bangalore, with their own attacking, they need to make sure that they start it off strong.
Yeah, and even if it's a 6-6 at the end of the first half, I would still favor Hyderabad when they switch to the attacker side, because that's again, we have seen that's how close the attackers can get. Even if there is a good let's say a couple of points lead as well, that can still be countered. And I guess if it's a 7-5 score in the favor of Bengaluru, and then if they go on to win the pistol rounds as well, then it might put a lot of pressure. But since Bengaluru is starting on the attacker side, we still have to give it to them, and I would expect them to have a lead at the end of the round. But if they don't have one, I'm really afraid that the first round might just go away to Hyderabad. But let's just wait for that. The game will start in a matter of few seconds, and then we'll get things going for you.
I mean, I'm actually pretty excited for seeing Haven as the first map, because it usually ends up being a map that requires teams to pull off everything that they have in their book. It's not a map where you can hide stuff and be like, you know what, the other team is strong, but I'm going to just hide my strats and hope for a more important match to show it off. Haven's not going to be that map. It won't allow you that flexibility because you have three sites. The second you say that, you know what, let A go, I'm going to focus on B and C, the opposite teams is going to be like, A is free real estate, let's just go. So I'm expecting a Sage to come in. I could be wrong, but if we do see a Sage, I'll honestly be very excited, and it'll make my day.
I mean, I think for Hyderabad, it's very likely that we see a triple duelist composition. It's something that they've recently been really vibing well with, because I feel like it really goes with their play of taking map pockets of control across the map. Having that triple duelist just really allows you to have the individual firepower across the individual duels that you want. And on Haven, that's really important, because if you can get ceiling control against the attackers, that means you're able to just deny one site entirely to them and get the information about where they're funneling to. Similarly, goes for that A long side, right? So it for Hyderabad, that's what I'm expecting. For the side of Bengaluru, it's a bit of a question mark, because I think they have two possible options. We can expect to see a breach from hellRangeR, possibly with a solo duelist composition, or what I want to see rather is skills and SkRossi on the duelist, a standard double duelist composition. Go for that Sova and the Omen and the Sentinel to back it up. The Cypher would be absolutely perfect. And I do think that's where Bengaluru would excel, because I feel like SkRossi on his own, he's a brilliant player, but when he has the backup of skills on that duelist, it just completely flips the script.
Yeah, and if those two players, if they if you put those two on any side, you are kind of sure that yeah, they are going to get the side control. You can just not worry about that. And as if you're on the attack, if you're on the defender side, if these two players are defending a side for you, you are kind of sure that that's going to happen, and then you can focus on other things. But again, the backup is going to be very important, because we haven't seen these two teams going most for the A control. Because if you look at the C side, it's kind of open with, if you get an operator on that side, then if you hold that angle, we have seen Rossi hold that angle really well on the C link and on the C side as well. So that's going to happen. We talked about how B is going to be a tough side to hold, and we haven't seen we have seen many teams going for those numbers advantages, first getting the kills and then waiting for the opportunity to get that plant done. But again, I would like to see, these teams not wasting too much of a time in the starting phases and not delay it till the end, because when you are forced to go for a plant, we saw it was a 2v5 in one of the games. I guess it was Kolkata versus Rajasthan, where there were only a few seconds left, and then they went for the B plant. And even if it was a 2v5 with defenders having the 5-man advantage, still it went against them, because they just didn't have the right amount of side control. Even if they came in from different angles, a couple of players coming in from the C side, I guess a trio was coming in from the A side. They had a lot of angles, but it was just that they delayed it for too long, and it didn't go too well for them. So let's see if that comes into play today. And Haven, we have always talked about this. It's a very unpredictable map, and we have seen very unpredictable scores here. So whoever gets the edge in the first half of the game, I guess they are going to go with the victory as well.
I'd honestly go as far as saying at least two things that we've definitely seen throughout the tournament on Haven is the biggest score differential 13-1, which was Rajasthan versus Chennai map 3. And actually I've seen one of the best clutches coming in on Haven as well, the 2v5 of Chennai versus Kolkata as well. So I mean, honestly speaking, it is very exciting to see these two teams go to Haven in the first map especially. But let's take a moment to possibly have some score predictions coming in. So chat, we know that the map is coming in. Hyderabad's going to be starting on defense. It will be Bangalore on attack. It's going to be Haven. What do you think is going to be your chat predictions, score predictions in fact, my bad. So we can start off with Dinkar and CA as well. So what are going to be your prediction, boys?
I'm not going to predict which side wins it, but in terms of the actual score, I think it's going to be a 13-6.
I mean,
Yeah, I do the same. I always do the same. I'm not going to predict who's going to win, but my prediction will be 13-8. Yeah, it will get 13-8.
it'll be all right. So we have a 13-6, we have a 13-8 already. I'm actually going to
13-7, right?
I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not going to be in the middle of you. What is this, a sandwich? I mean, technically it is. Yeah, Dinkar's in the
Yeah.
middle. So, anyways, but I think that it's going to be a lot more closer than a 13-8 or a 13-6. I hope that we see overtime, but I guess it's going to be something like a 13-10, more like what we have seen Hyderabad and Bangalore go off, throughout the
You,
tournament. So, yeah,
you
I'll.
predict the teams as well, right? You predict the winner as well. Come on, you always
Why
do
don't
that.
you
You,
do
you have
that
to.
as well then?
No, you always do that. Come on, don't change it today just because
Why should I? I mean, listen, I don't want
take
to
the bait.
take sides, all right? How hard is
You,
that to imagine?
but you need to take the bait here. Come on.
All right, so I guess I'll go in for, you know what? I'm going to go against the grain. This it's going to be a Bangalore map. You know what? It's going to be
Right.
Bangalore winning at 13-10, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, chat, don't roast me because I was forced by Dinbot to do this. So if there's anyone you should be blaming, it's going to be him. Uh,
You always do that. Come on. I don't have to
I
be
mean, you
blamed for
put me
this.
in situations like that.
So you should predict the right one then. You should always be right. But and if you're not right, if you're kind of unsure, like me and CA, we are kind of unsure who's going to win. So we don't do that. But you
I
always do
mean,
that. So
I'm
if you do
unsure
something,
about
you
the
need to be
team.
responsible for your actions.
I'm unsure about the team that's going to win. I'm not unsure about the scoreline that we'll be seeing.
All right, let's see who wins. I mean, 13-6, a 13-8, and a 13-10 coming through. So that's still a sandwich with me in between right now.
I mean,
That's still a sandwich, Kanav.
what can we do? There are some jokes that we can't just make on stream, but you'll get them. Don't worry.
Yeah,
All right,
fair
all right.
enough, right? Yeah. It's going to
Yeah,
be a close match, that's for sure. Even
yeah,
if
that's
the
for sure.
scoreline isn't close, the rounds individually will come down to the wire.
Yeah,
It'll just come down to which team is really able to get the ball rolling. Because we tend to see a bit of rustiness in these teams usually when it comes to map one, as they just flex themselves, really allow themselves to get comfortable with the game and comfortable with the comms, especially on the particular map. It tends to start off a little slow, but that is really compensated towards the middle part and the end part of the map as the teams really start to ramp up, as they start to feel the stakes and feel the pressure. Being the top tier teams they are, when they're feeling the pressure is when they just fire up. Like, so make sure that they're knowing exactly how much you guys love them and support them. Drop your predictions in the chat. Also drop your love for them. I think you could say hashtag BLR if you think it's a Bangalore win, and hashtag HYD if you think it's Hyderabad taking the win. I'm just excited, man. And I'm with Dang here. I want to see an overtime. I would love to be wrong.
yeah.
Uh,
And yeah, what happens when we have this game, and Bengaluru, they tend to start a little slower, as you said. So I really like that they are starting on the attacker side this time. That gives them that kind of comfy-ness that they would need, and that would provide them the kind of confidence they need as well. Hyderabad, they get going from the start. We have seen that the kind of firepower they pack, and they start to get things going for them in the initial phases. So things, they're kind of balanced in the start only. If it was Hyderabad starting on attack, then it would have been I would have been sure that it will be a first half lead for Hyderabad. But now, since Bangalore is starting on the attacker and they tend to start a little slower, till the end they are a completely different team. We have seen that. So I'm really liking how things are turning out here.
I think that you know what, I'll actually take a page out of your book, CA. It You basically said that Hyderabad loves to take small pockets of control, and then that is why they want to have that three duelist lineup. I think that it also plays into the fact that Hyderabad as a team does not really individually rely on players. As you know, you are the entry fragger, you need to get those kills, you're the duelist, you need to get that entry kill or get that first blood. While I think that Team Bangalore does, rely on that. They do rely on SkRossi with that op, getting that first pick, getting that first
Yep.
peak in. So, what I feel is going to happen is the team that is, it's a lot about just warming up. It's not just about warming up your aim. As you said, it's going to be warming up your comms as well. So, if any one of these teams has gone into a, possibly a practice scrim, a practice match, possibly even just simple ranked or even a death match with their teammates, it's going to go a long way, because it's that small difference in the start of the game that is going to be the difference between the first 3 rounds, 4 rounds, and that can be a big difference at the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. When you have that lead going on, it really just puts more pressure on the other team, and it allows you to, as you said, just sort of get into your own groove that little bit faster. When the teams are so close to each other in terms of overall skill, that tiny edge can make all the difference. So that's why I want to see both the teams start off really strong, especially Bangalore, because they are on the attacking side, and we favor the attacking side on this map particularly. Now, what I'm excited to see is the op battle between Antidote and SkRossi,
Rossi.
because I think while we don't get to see attacking operators much, these are the two players who, if you give them a lead on either side, if you give them that comfortable eco, they will 100% pick up that operator and they will start looking for those plays. The second thing for me to see is Amaterasu on that Phoenix. Like, he doesn't get to play the duelist role much, but this is one of the maps where he consistently goes for that Phoenix and he consistently top frags for his team. So he's gonna pop off. I'm expecting it already.
That does happen. And if Rossi can come up with an operator in the third round, I mean, we have seen that in the past. That will be amazing, but that will take a lot of kills in the first 2 rounds. That will take actually Bengaluru going away with the first two pistol rounds as well, if that can happen. But again, since they are on the attacker side, we have seen, operator, it can be a dual-edged sword as well. Sometimes, you just kind of you become a bit passive, and on the attacker side, you don't want that to happen, and that too against a team like Hyderabad. Operator comes in, you're like, I don't want to lose it. I have spent a lot of money. That's a lot of investment going in, and it actually does not allow you to get the best out of you. So that can come into play. I would really like to see an operator from Rossi, but in the defensive side. I don't want him to be bound by something, and I want him to be firing up today just like everybody else, and that will give us a much more balanced competition on both the sides.
I mean, uh, to be honest, I think that Haven's one of those few maps where you'll still be seeing an op being
Yeah.
a regular pick. We do see it a lot on Bind and Ascent as well, but Haven's like literally the only map where you almost will be seeing an op every single game. Does not depend whether you're a team like Kolkata who will see two ops on the ground in front of them, but they'll not pick it up. And even Team Kolkata ran an op on a Haven. So it's, I mean, see long. There's nothing. There's no weapon that is better than the op to be had on C long. And with a player like SkRossi, the skill that he brings with that op, it's definitely going to be a very influential reason for teams to either go in for a save, go in for a half buy, or even SkRossi not picking up shields in some rounds to possibly afford that op for a lot longer than, if Bangalore keeps winning rounds, then it's not going to be a problem. But if it's going to be a back and forth game, then yes, the choice of picking up a shield is going to be on the head of SkRossi.
Yeah, I think a key point is, as Dinker said, right? It's all about making sure that the confidence is there if you're picking up the op, because you cannot be thinking about losing it already. The op, it's become more and more expensive as we progress throughout the game. And I think that's where the cake lies with players like SkRossi and Antidote. For them, it's never a question of, am I going to lose this up? It's a question of,
Yeah.
which player am I going to take down first? And that's why I think they're that influential. But it's also, as Dang said, we expect this match to be really close, so it's very likely it ends up going back and forth rounds. And when it's back and forth rounds, the economy really ends up hurting for both teams. So picking up an op on either side becomes a very risky decision. We see a lot of glass cannon operators, and that risky decision can not only affect that particular round, but affect the next two as well. Because then you're, as a team, put into a situation where you either go for semi buys or you go for ecos, and that allows the team with the advantage to really push through. And neither team wants to give up a lead when you're that back to back. So it really is going to come down to these small decisions. When do you pick up the operator? How do you manage your economy? How do you play depending on your economy? Because a lot of the times we see when teams are ecoing, they like to go for the B side rushes. Even on their defense, when teams are ecoing, they go for the mid side rushes. So it's all about managing your weaponry in accordance with your strategy. And that sort of management is going to come through from the IGLs. And it's going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, the management is going to be very exciting today. And a thing that we have seen now too often coming in this tournament, that teams who win the first round, they go for that half pie going into the second round. And when it doesn't work out for them, they are going to lose the next 2 3 rounds on trot, because then the economy is kind of going down the drains, going into the ruins. So I would really like to see whoever is going for the half pie, will they make the best out of it? Because sometimes you have seen that not going in your favor. That's a risky move as well. It's as risky as losing that operator. You spend those credits, and then you're like, you should not be losing it, as just as CA said. And when you go for the half buy in the second round as well, that's a lot of investment, because you are just in the starting, you're trying to get into groove, and then you put a lot of investment going into the second round, just because, just so that you can win that as well, to get that initial confidence and that lead. But sometimes things change. You hand over those specters into the hands of your opponent. Even if one of your player goes down, you are going to hand that down to your opponent. And then if they come back, it's going to make things tougher in the upcoming rounds, in the subsequent rounds. So let's see. In the past few games that we have seen, it's happening every time. There has been no round where we have been seeing, in the initial phase, you were seeing like teams were doing eco in both the rounds, and then the full buys were coming in directly. But now the meta has changed. Now we are seeing a lot of that coming in. So that's a risky edge as well, because if you don't redeem yourself in the second round after going for that half buy, that's going to be tough, to actually get your economy up and running in the next few phases. So let's see if that happens today.
I mean, the economy, I I don't know what to say about the economy, because if we will be seeing rounds that go back and forth, it will in fact come down to players who pick up individual skills other than just the team economy being really great. Because after winning a round, yes, you'll get a lot more credits and you'll be able to buy a lot more stuff. But when rounds are going to be that back and forth with respect to how we are expecting between Bangalore and Hyderabad, it will come down that the economy is going to favor the players that will be picking up kills consistently throughout the round. So for support players, it will be in fact down to the duelists to give them support for their weapons as well, because shields, you cannot request them. You can only request guns, and it will come down to who is going to be rich enough to afford it for his team as well. Because if they are going to be rounds that are as close as we think, then yes, it will be down to the duelists who will be having maximum credits for full buys and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. Because in those situations, like we already talked about how impactful first bloods can be. Like even in those eco situations, right? Playing around your ult. Like for example, we assume SkRossi going onto that jet. That blade storm is such a powerful tool in helping you manage your economy. When you're in a situation in back-to-back rounds going through, if you have your jet ready with the blade storm on a capable hand like SkRossi, you can allow him to play purely on the blade storm, save that 2900 credits instead of the Phantom and Vandal, and rather give it to your teammate instead, thus boosting your team's eco as a whole. Because using that ultimate as a weapon really ends
Yeah.
up getting you that significant edge, especially when it's so close. So that's where I think if it's really close in the round scoreline, it's going to come down to like how they use ultimates like the run it back, the blade storm, really just trying to find maximum efficiency and maximum value on the basis of that. So yeah, like I'm just excited to see what happens. I think we faced a small delay, but we're ready to go. So for me, chat, I want you to tell me which player you think is gonna pick up the MVP because there are plenty of options here.
Yeah, and now you're talking about, the Blade Storm, the Run It Back coming in. The Killjoy, it can actually make a lot of difference as well. That side control that can come in. And if it comes in from the attacker side after the spike has been planted with just a few seconds left on the boards, I mean, that can change the things completely. So yeah, that's going to come into play as well. We are going to see a lot of good executions, a lot of good timing with those, the ultimates as well. We have seen what Blade Storm can do, those multiple kills in a span of few seconds. We have seen Deathmaker do that, and if that happens, the team who's going to be successful on that, they are specifically going to go away with the victory as well.
Well, there you go. It is finally the time that all of you have been waiting for, and we will be making our way into the agent selection. So, Haven's going to be the map. It will be Hyderabad on defense, while it is going to be Bangalore on attack. So, hellRangeR on the Phoenix, SkRossi as usual on the Jet. That's a pretty normal sight that I would say. Skills on the Omen, KappA on the Sova, and Lightning Fast going to drop that Cypher to pick up the Killjoy. So are we seeing a shift from the Cypher to the Killjoy meta? That is something that we'll have to wait and watch.
I think teams are starting to get a lot more used to that cipher and how to really beat that cipher, especially when it comes down to facing against a triple duelist composition like the one we're seeing for
Yeah.
Hyderabad. It is a triple duelist composition. The wipe is just a debate. I see you, Anti. But like for Bengaluru, the Killjoy, it's all about like trying to deny that side control for as much as possible. It allows you to cause damage if they go for the aggressive pushes. And as a triple duelist composition, you regularly see that. Moreover, what it also gives you is the option of just leaving your bots and not having to, necessarily look after them the way you would do with a cipher camera. A cipher camera, you literally have to look into it, and you end up being caught off guard in a position where you can be flanked. And on such a big map like Haven, it does end up coming down to like having that extra sense of just I'm gonna leave the alarm bot towards the mid side area, and if
Yeah.
anyone pushes in from the garage, I will instantly know. It becomes a little easier. Having said that, Cypher much easier to execute with the team as compared to Killjoy. So I'm excited to see how Lightning Fast is able to find the right placements and the executions. But one thing that is really surprising me is hellRangeR on that Phoenix. I was not expecting that, and that's going to be hype.
Yeah, that's going to come in, and with the Reina on the the Hyderabad side, that's going to give them a lot of confidence going into the first two pistol rounds. We talked about how that doesn't go in their favor, but it's going to go, and now we have the counter running on the screen for the game. A lot of you was waiting for that. A lot of you were waiting for that the game to start, and yes, it's going to happen.
Well, there you go. So we are in the map. Well, it looks like we're running at 1 FPS, but
Yeah,
uh,
for some reason.
I mean, it could be down to, just technical things, but it will get, um, you know, it'll get fixed, don't worry. But as we make our way into the game, this is going to be an important first pistol round. And there you go. It's going to be Hyderabad starting off very aggressive. In fact, they're looking to take window control as Jet is ready. She's going to get one. And a second will be on the cards. No, the Phoenix will be coming in for his support. But it looks like the Phoenix from Team Hyderabad, he has had to make a fall back.
Yeah, now the trade's coming out. It's hellRangeR with another now 4v2 on the map, right? It's Bengaluru with the lead, and they've picked up a lot of mid control with the trades as well, forcing Hyderabad into a position where they have to look through multiple sightlines. They can use this pressure to start rotating, especially given the fact that the way the Killjoy turret and alarm bot plays, they have the information that no one's peeked through C long, so they start looking towards that. You can see though, Bengaluru, they're being cautious. They know that even a one kill going down, giving away the information of where they're placed could be detrimental to their push. So just playing it slow, now starting to move towards that C-Long. And this is why the Killjoy comes up huge. He picked up her alarm bot, and given the short cooldown, able to reposition it. The recon bolts are out, in goes Bengaluru for that side.
Enemy kill.
Well, it looks like
Player
Antidote
standing.
had something to answer
30
for that
seconds
push, but KappA will be getting that trade. It's all down to the Sova. The shock dart's going to give away his position as KappA will be getting that plant, and Skills picking up that last kill. Right away is falling. So the first pistol round is going to go in the favor of Team Bangalore, and honestly speaking, I did not expect that coming in. I thought that the way Hyderabad started it off, possibly if they had gotten that kill onto SkRossi, inside of window, we might have seen a different Hyderabad come out. But what aggressive play! I mean, first round starting and you're already pushing that aggressive out of B. I don't know what Hyderabad has planned for the rest of the game though.
I think that has continuously been their trademark, though. Like, even on defense, they like to take those areas of control across the map. And coming out on pistol round to try and deny is really important against the Killjoy, right? Because Killjoy with her turret becomes so strong in those pistol rounds if you're able to place them at a long distance. That's why you saw the placement down at C long. Basically, like with a pistol, the turret with its HP, it takes about 4 or 5 shots to take it down. So just having that turret not only gives you extra chip damage, but gives you that extra power of being able to pull it back and go for the peaks. So Hyderabad, they try to deny that by pushing in aggressively, but Bangalore, they're smart. They play for the trades and they're able to get the site and the win.
Yeah, actually, the trades worked very well for them, and we talked about the torrent, how it can buy you a lot of time as well, and that comes into play when the other team is playing aggressive. You need some time, and you need those trades to come in your favor as well, and that completely worked on Bengaluru's favor. So that was amazing, and I love how aggressive the VLT side, the Hyderabad side was, and how they try to completely go in, and let's see if they do that in the second round as well.
I mean, definitely it. There, I mean, there is a lot of people in chat who are like, VLT upgraded as Team Mahi, but it's
Yeah.
going to be Team Hyderabad today. I must tell you that. And Umair, yep, I did see your message. Wait for Hyderabad's buy. I agree, but at this point of time, every single round is going to matter.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be forced into an eco and you win that round, then yeah, well and good. But if you're forced into an eco, that usually means that you dropped a round a while back, and that round might bite you in the back sooner or later.
I mean, we wanted a strong start to come out from Bangalore in the first half of this map, and it certainly has been. Now it's just a question of how they continue it. I think it's really nice to see hellRangeR on that Phoenix, particularly. I can see that he's definitely on point with the usage of his utility. The flash is coming in on time, and it's really interesting to me that Haven is one of the few maps where we see all the IGLs leaning towards this duelist, especially that Phoenix, a duelist where it's much easier to call the shots considering how impactful you are to the way the entire round does end up going with ultimates like the run it back. So hellRangeR versus Amaterasu, both on the Phoenix, this is going to be a clash to remember.
Yeah, this is going to be a great clash. We talked about how the three duelist is going to favor the Hyderabad side, and I guess this was one of the main reasons that they are playing so aggressively. They have the three duelist, they want to make the best out of it, and they wanted to play completely aggressive. Nothing wrong in that. But it's just that the trades did not go in their favor this time. Bengaluru was just a little smarter on that edge. They made sure that they are going to stay on the edges. They are going to wait for the opportunity, and they are going to take down the Hyderabad side this time, and they were very good in that. They executed that really well, and it worked out for them. And if they're able to do that in the subsequent rounds as well, I guess the kind of lead that they would want to have in the first half of the phase, just because they're on the attacker side, they would need to have a good lead onto their favor, just because as soon as Hyderabad comes on the attack side, I mean, things are going to change. The score is going to change, but you don't need to be afraid if you have a very good lead, and Bengaluru will certainly try to do that.
I agree. I think that if Bangalore does build a healthy lead, it's going to go a long way because they will start off strong on a map that they are starting on the attacking side, which is going to favor them, but then they'll have to finish it off on the weaker side. So they do not know how much damage control they'll have to do once they're on the defensive team. But Team Hyderabad, after coming in from defense to attack, they will definitely know that what the score is, say 6-6, the score is say 7-5. We know that we need to take these rounds. We know that we have the advantage, and let's just finish it off. Let's not play around and dilly dally around the bush. Let's just go in and get that dub and go to a second map and see where this goes. But for Team Bangalore, they will have to look at the larger picture. They'll have to play the long game, and if they lose that sight in the middle of the rounds, then it'll be a lot more easier for Team Hyderabad to take that win from them than for Bangalore to even fight for it.
Yeah, I mean, it just ends up coming down to like where I think Bangalore able to find their right advantages. It's really important to try and utilize those advantages. And I think the next round that we're going to see the anti-eco round come out for Bangalore going to be one important factor, because with the triple duelist lineup, I could very well imagine seeing Hyderabad going for the first by themselves, and they can be a sound strategy and really just upsetting the natural course of things. We expect Hyderabad to go for an eco so that they're able to get the buys in third round. But Hyderabad, they've pulled out the strategy of going for the first buy many times to then once again go for the aggressive peaks, take the fight to your opponents, because your opponents, they're not necessarily expecting those specters in your hands. They're expecting you to have that pistol, and that tiny amount of surprise advantage can just completely just end up meaning that you fire one bullet too late. That bullet, that headshot, just when these players are so damn good, it'll just end up changing the way the deal goes. So for Hyderabad, it's a question of what exact strategy they do pull out. For Bangalore, it's just playing smart, playing cautious the way they did, and making sure that they're not ending up in a position where they lose a thrifty.
I mean, yes. So finally, chat, there were some problems that we were having on the side of the players, but they have been sorted out. So we apologize for the delay, but it looks like we are back in the game, and this is going to be an eco coming in for Team Hyderabad. Skills already on that Bulldog, and there you go, SkRossi with a shield and a frenzy. That is so typical of an op main that we don't even have to point it out at this point.
The fact that he's able to just stick to the pistols to get the eco through, but look at this aggressive push come out from Hyderabad with just the classics Antidote and right to ace, pick up a double kill, a 4-man stack at A, meaning a 4-man aggressive peak. They're able to just deny Bengaluru their anti-eco advantage. I don't think they were able to pick up the guns, but denying the gun itself, absolutely huge. The Bengaluru, they're still going to commit onto this A side, go for that push. They're edging towards a long area, but making sure to be slow. Don't want to get caught off once again.
Well, they definitely don't want to get caught off guard, because I did not expect that kind of an aggressive play. I thought that Team Hyderabad would have learnt their lesson after the first round, where they played that aggressive and did not. They were not on the better end of it, but it looks like it's going to be a dink coming in from Amaterasu before he gets one, and SkRossi is in fact going to come in and get both, as Excali will get that trade finally, as it looks like the Rena has been spotted inside Heaven and Hellfighter, and Sova, they'll have to make a push
left.
coming soon. But SkRossi, this is a man that people will have to worry about, because the drop coming in from Heaven, this is going to be a two-man push, but there's one player left. It's going to be Excali. One bullet for him, and that's going to be the end of him. He's get spotted, he'll get dinked once through the wall, but this is going to be SkRossi with a 4k. That's going to make sure that Team Bangalore is going to start off strong.
SkRossi really coming up huge for Bangalore there, able to pick up the 4k and help them secure the round, because given the way it started, you could almost expect Hyderabad to pull it through. But Hyderabad, they'll be happy with the damage they've done. In those eco rounds, you do see a lot of teams going for the eco rushes to try and nullify the advantage of the gun by taking the advantage of the surprise factor in a rush. Use the time to close down the distance, and then use the classics with a double peak to get the trades in your favor, because losing a classic for a Spectre always advantageous. They did that well in the start, but towards the end of the round, it ended up being just the weapon advantages and the skill of SkRossi really coming up huge. Now, once again, in this buy round for Hyderabad, it's Bengaluru spreading themselves out. Given the fact that they did lose 3 guns, they're just as invested here, especially SkRossi with their op. So a buy round for both the teams, meaning the team that wins it gets a huge eco advantage.
That is definitely true, because if Bangalore is going to drop that op right now, it'll mean a lot more than just the simple fact that, you know, we lost a round because of that. As Amaterasu, he'll spot hellRangeR, so he's going to go in for a spray through the wall, but that will not connect. The killjoy is going to be awfully close to going a peak, but lightning fast with that. Sheriff is going to get that kill, as KappA will get right to ace, as he is the person dedicated to getting the trade for his teammate. But it looks like someone else will have to pick up both their trades, as they have fallen, and that is another round that Hyderabad is not going to start off strong.
With a 2-man advantage for Antidote, trades one skill able to take him down, meaning still even. But it's Amaterasu who drops a spike carrier and gets that kill. Now lurking in that smoke area, waiting for that push. Knows exactly where the spike is, so they have to come to him. And hellfighter able to back his back in that A-Link area, picks up another. Now Amaterasu barely dodges that recon bolt, gets into the smoke. They don't know where he is, and they are blinded. He'll take down one, and with that timer going down and hellfighter picking up the kill, it's Hyderabad with that buy win. That dodging the recon bolt by Amaterasu by getting into the smoke, it gained him such a huge advantage in terms of surprise. Brilliantly played.
I mean, that was a chef's kiss moment, to be honest. That timing on Amaterasu dodging that recon dart, that was picture perfect. If he was even a second late, he would have gotten pinged at least once, given away his position, and that would have been an easy kill for SkRossi. Not to mention that the KappA could have gotten off the plant and possibly sprayed down through the smoke. But Team Hyderabad forcing an eco for Team Bangalore, this is going to be big because they only have lightning fast on a phantom and a shield. Oh no, all right, so the buy is coming in, and it's basically going to be a full buy with hellRangeR, KappA being the only exception to that. Not an automatic weapon, as there's still some shuffling going on.
Yeah, SkRossi did end up using his Blade Storm last round, which will end up costing them here, because if he had his Blade Storm, he could have substituted for it. But this semi-buy situation, really interesting, making Lightning Fast go on to the Sheriff and then SkRossi go on to the Spectre, meaning a very interesting round for Bengaluru, because they have given over the op to Antidote. Antidote with the op, now on the defensive side, he will be able to get those advantageous peaks. He's looking for that garage peak, so I'm curious to see how Bengaluru try to navigate this, because I would expect an eco in this situation considering that you have the lead, but they don't go for the eco, instead trying to maintain their lead. If they do end up losing, it will give a huge swing in the favor of Hyderabad. Now Antidote, he took down the turret and they'll put it on a massive cooldown, but his op shot missing does give information to Bengaluru about where Hyderabad's op is placed. We see an aggressive push come out for Excali onto the sewers, but Bengaluru, they're just playing it cautious. They're waiting for the aggressive pushes, now starting to understand that that's where Hyderabad's composition really excels, finding the pockets of control and able to punish it is KappA with the first play.
Well, the Hunter's Fury has come out. It looks like right to Ace will be missing every single person. He does not connect with even a single player of Team Bangalore. But at this point, KappA, he will be at 20 HP. So a single bullet from any gun is going to be the end of him. As kills, he will be making his way towards his teammates. In fact, he will be holding the backstab, I believe, as this seems to be a full A push, as hellRangeR is going to be the initiator. He does not have his run it back, so he will have to make sure that his teammates are going to give him some backup. But it looks like all 5 people are going to be inside, as Amaterasu in fact has his run it back. He will lose a lot of HP to that swarm grenade, but it looks like no one's peeking him, and this is smart. Team Bangalore has just forced Team Hyderabad off one of the most important ultimates that they could have had for a retake.
Timer going down, it's hellfighter holding down the window, picks up the double from the unexpected one-up angle, meaning now with just 5 seconds left, Antidote with the op holding down C, takes down the spike carrier, no time left, the round's down to Hyderabad. Lightning Fast, he just tried to punch Antidote down, and he will be able to do that, so that will deny the operator and bring it back to the side of Bengaluru. I don't think he picked it up, but for Bengaluru, like, denying the operator itself will be a tiny win, but the major win definitely for Hyderabad. Hellfighter with the heroics holding it down in that window angle, and really nice spray, especially to get the second kill through the wall bang, make it even Stevens on the scoreline, now force Bengaluru onto an eco in this round.
I mean, we are seeing some big brain plays coming out from both these teams. That was honestly unexpected that Team Bangalore would bait Hyderabad into using their run it back so hard that, oh my god, that was pretty smart. But Antidote, he's going to put a bullet into the body of KappA, and since that's a bullet that came out of that sniper, it's going to be the end of him, as Hellfighter is going to find one, and Amaterasu is going to get 1 and 2, as it looks like this has been a cleanup as a flawless round. Hellfighter finishing things off. hellRangeR is going to fall, as his former teammate will be locked in that Oni animation.
Someone said it in the chat, wait for the buy, and that's exactly what here Team Hyderabad did 3 back-to-back rounds since the bye round win, able to take advantage of the fact that Bengaluru is stuck on the eco with that last round, pick up a flawless for themselves. But now with this round, bye for Bengaluru, off for SkRossi versus off for Antidote. That's going to be the one of the X factors in this round. Which operator holder is able to get the first blood and ensure that his team has that significant advantage while maintaining that op to deny the sight line. Bengaluru, they're trying to just suss out the sites, using the flash to create the pockets of control. It's hellRangeR starting to push into A long while the rest of their team waits. But this aggressive positioning by Excali going to be so important. Now you can see Excali, he's just waiting it out, but he's not going to find anyone just yet because Bengaluru, they're leaning towards the A side, and that's A side where they're likely to go.
Well, there you go. We can see the face cams of the players as Antidote is going to be there. Excali right to ace, and I believe that is Hellfighter there as well. But KappA, he should be the person making this initiation. The shock dart's going to be coming in. Cubby is going to get checked out. Killjoy lockdown has been dropped, and this should be a round that Team Bangalore is definitely looking to take with a lot of, assertance. As Hellfighter, he'll be using his he'll be using his ultimate to get some intel, but it looks like lightning fast he will be getting spike down. So a 5v5 post plant, this is definitely going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, 5v5. The lockdown is gone though, but the time is running out. So Hyderabad, they need to go in for the retake now. They're gonna do just that. Amaterasu pushing in. He's gonna find the first blood, and now the blaze wall coming in for Bengaluru to try and deny the paranoia as well. The Hunter's Fury, a lot of commitment from Bengaluru into this round. They need to be able to secure it, and looking to do just that here is Amaterasu trying to put up his own blaze wall and go for the defuse. Backed up by Antidote on this sniper, but he's taken down. Bengaluru able to take down the diffuser, now take down multiple trades with just Excali left and the time running out. Not much time left for Excali to get something done. Will just end up dismissing himself to his death. 3-3 on the scoreline. Bengaluru using that lockdown to perfection.
I mean, that, in fact, the way that Bangalore used the lockdown, yes, that was perfect, because I have a lot of complaints with some teams. They'll wait for the lockdown to get over, see if they have players detained, and then look to make an aggressive play. But most of the times, that's not the way that you want to make the best use of that lockdown, because the initial stages of the lockdown is when the attacker or the defender is going to figure out where he wants to go, and then it's the middle section, the last 3 or 4 seconds of the lockdown. That is when the players are actually going to be defenseless, running away with their knives, and that is when you make that push. And Bangalore did exactly that. So it looks like both these teams are going to be ready for the mind as well as the the physical plays of the game that we have here, as Amaterasu standing right next to the door in garage, making sure that if anyone looks to break that smoke cover, he's going to be the first thing. He spots the gun barrel, and that will be an easy kill for him. But the curveball is going to be coming in, and Amaterasu will get taken out. Hellfighter coming out on top, as it looks like he will still be playing without a shield, as the first blood is going to go to Team Bangalore.
hellRangeR with the first blood now getting that garage control, but they're not going to elect to push in. And Antidote holding down mid though, gets the equalizer for Antidote, for Hyderabad, takes down hellRangeR. I think the Empress has been popped for Excali, as you can see here. So if he can get a reset for himself, it'd be huge. And they're looking to do that by setting him up in this one-off angle, expecting a B-side push, and that expectation might just come through. The smoke's coming out for stealing, but SkRossi with off the trigger able to pick it up. But what was that flick? Antidote equalized it once again, and now even though Bengaluru have B-side control, they're flanked on both sides from A-Link and C-Link.
Oh, what a shot that came in from SkRossi and then from Antidote. I mean, that was a shot and a half, but skills, he'll be adding to that. He will be getting that kill onto the Omen of Team Hyderabad, as now it is right to ace as well as Antidote. Will have to retake, make that only Antidote with the op in hand. 1v3 for B. I don't know if this is possible, but this is definitely going to be a save, I believe, as Antidote, knife out, slow walking, made his way to spawn basically. He does not want to take this retake and give up his op once more.
Yeah, smart decision considering that the Killjoy is still alive for Bengaluru. So the Killjoy with her post plant, alarm bot and grenades makes it extremely hard, especially for a player carrying an operator, to go for that retake. he does make the smart call, even gets an exit frag to push towards the end. But it's Bengaluru able to get the right trades. They flanked from skills, especially in that round, because for Bengaluru, when they had B-side control in that 3v3 situation, they were flanked from both A-Link and C-Link. Two of them maintain their positions while skill goes back around, gets into the garage through the window, able to take down one player and relieve the pressure from one side, allowing them to play off the smoke from the other to get the spike planted. Really smart coordinated push, now forcing Hyderabad onto an eco round with just anti left on the operator.
Well, that is going to be a round that will depend mostly on Antidote, because if he is able to get those opening frags, he's able to start the round off strong for his team. He might be able to get a few weapons here or there for his teammates. Amaterasu is going to be dropping the hot hands as SkRossi will stop, but the run it back is going to be pushed in as SkRossi is going to get that first kill. hellRangeR looking back. SkRossi is going to get that second one. He's looking for a third. He'll make his way in. He'll get a third as well. The right click is going to be coming into play as it looks like Team Hyderabad is going to get cleared up. The op is going to be the thing that finally silences SkRossi as the spike is going to get planted by KappA, and a 4v2 retake this time on the board for right to ace and Antidote, a Spectre and an op. Will this happen? That is definitely going to be something that the next 35 seconds will tell us.
I think right to ace especially has to go for it, considering that if he doesn't go for it, the penalty for saving would be huge. But for Antidote, I expect him to go for that save once again. Right to ace, you can see with the way Antidote holding down, he's very likely to just end up saving. Right to ace, he's looking for a couple of frags to deny the weapons to them. Considering that he only has a Spectre, absolutely no chance that he goes for a save. Now we'll end up going into the site, and it is a long plant held by the Killjoy, so the defuse very unlikely will be lightning fast taking him down with an easy headshot. And once again, Antidote forced to play for that save. We talked about this on the caster deck, right? When you have that operator and you're the other team able to circumvent it by playing very aggressively, it comes down to where you're able to find your the creativity with the operator. Really try to get into those off-angle positions, then get your first blood. So I'm going to look to Antidote if he can do that, because now Bengaluru with the 2-round lead, they're doing very well for their attacking half.
I mean, that is true. The attacking half for Bangalore, this has started off really strong. And to be fair to Team Hyderabad, oh my god, that was nasty.
Yep.
That's gonna take a while for SkRossi to come back from. That'll take a moment.
Right here.
That's exactly what we talked about, right? Like trying to get in those creative positions, in those off angles to surprise the other player and combine your skill to get that first blood. Antidote, really well played by him to secure the first blood for Hyderabad. Now putting them in a position where all they have to do is really hold their angles. But Bengaluru, they're not just going to wait it out. They're going for the aggressive push, trying to take garage control. The paranoia will delay them though, and now they just have to overcommit, especially with the recon bolt coming out. Is Bengaluru trying for the seaside take, but they just get decimated.
At this point, Team Bangalore, they try to go in for a similar kind of execute, pushing A and then baiting the players to, either use their utility or use an ultimate. But it turns out this time Team Hyderabad was ready for that, and Bangalore, they just got completely blindsided by the fact that Hyderabad would be holding on to see that hard. The second they made their push in, it was basically a shooting simulator for them at that point. There was nothing that was separating the team of Hyderabad and Bangalore, except guns were trained at Bangalore already and Hyderabad was ready. That rhymed again. I don't know why I make these rhymes without realizing them so soon.
I mean, we are casters. I guess it is a job, so fair enough, right?
Yep.
But Hyderabad, a very convincing buy round for them. Able to not lose many guns while doing so, meaning that now they're in a position with those advantages ultimates ready. You see the run it back ready for Amaterasu. It's going to be very important. Now the ops are on the opposite sides of the maps. SkRossi with the op down at C long and Antidote towards at A long. A brilliant position picked up by him, aggressively pushing in towards the lobby, meaning he's covering the entire CT angle of it, able to give away so much information for his team that they're not anywhere close to A. And you can see on the basis of that information, Hyderabad already starting to stack that garage area, expecting the garage push. But as soon as Antidote sees one, he takes one down, and now you can see Hyderabad starting to rotate. The comms really visible for Hyderabad. I really like that.
I mean, not just the comms, but the smile on Antidote's face once he knew that the peak was coming in from a player and he's going to get a kill. That was interesting to see. But this time it's going to be Skills right next to the Reyna, who is going to be going in from the shadows. But Excali, he knows what he has to do. He's not going to be peeking, as he's going to catch one. The dismiss used repositioning himself. He's going to use a lure to make sure that this does not become a situation does not want to deal with. And Amaterasu is still going to get that kill with the run it back, as Sova will be spotted. KappA is going to get spotted. The recon dart giving away his position, and Amaterasu finishing him off before he's going to reset and make sure that his collar is straight, because he's done the job for his team this round.
10 seconds left.
So just easy for him. But I particularly like the positions adopted by Hyderabad in this round, right? The aggressive push from Anti down towards the A side area to give away so much information. The one-off angle held by Excali, that angle can only be held by Arena. Any other player holding the angle is basically pointless, because in the angle you end up getting one kill, but instantly just getting traded out. The fact that it's Arena, you can use that dismiss to reposition yourself. So a very smart approach by Hyderabad on all fronts, meaning they're able to pick up back-to-back rounds and equalize it on the score line. Now 5-5 for Bengaluru, though, we see that lockdown ready once again, and considering the fact that it is an eco for them, I'm expecting a very aggressive rush. Try to use the lockdown, get the side control, and then get the trades to pick up the guns for yourself. Or they might just end up going for a slow strategy, try to save that lockdown for the last round of the first half.
I mean, that could be something, that could be a plan, because if Bangalore is able to pick this round up and save that lockdown, then the call would be made from the IGL that, you know what, we can save it, use it the next round, give us a bigger advantage in a round that's going to be a lot more influential. But at the same time, if they delay it a little bit, that lockdown is basically going to be worthless. I mean, the fact that the lockdown is such a strong ability that it can basically detain players for 10-15 seconds, where they're helpless and they're just a free kill waiting for you. It also makes sure that the ability is something that you're not going to be pulling off at any second. It's not something like a showstopper or a run it back, where you're like, all right, you know what, I want a kill, I'm just going to run in, hopefully I get one. If we get it, fine and well and good. If we don't, then it's fine. Lockdown, that's going to be a lot more of a utility kind of an ultimate, and honestly speaking, if you don't use it smartly, it's going to hurt you a lot more than it will help you out.
Yeah, definitely, because it can end up putting you in this base situation where, like, do we go or do we not go? And that's where the decisiveness of that particular team comes into play. Now, eco for Bengaluru, they're moving for this mid-side control, trying to gain the B-side for themselves and then maybe get the plan through. It's Anti holding down with the op at A, and SkRossi with the op trying to peek down angles, will spot out Excali, and now with the blaze wall coming through, trying to split out the size, but Excali, he's just waiting for them to walk into his trap. Now backed up by Amaterasu. Excali spots one out, will take one out as well, and the Hunter's Fury for right to ace, meaning now Hyderabad with a 2-man advantage, and Bengaluru just left stranded.
I mean, Bangalore, this did not go the way they wanted to. They would have loved to have their killjoy right now, but Amaterasu is going to get rid of skills, as the spike is going to bounce off the black box in B and fall to the ground, as 30 seconds are going to be on the board, and it looks like Hyderabad has every single line of sight under control, as it's the Stormblade that comes out from Antidote. If he goes in, yes he will, and there you go, SkRossi is going to fall. That is going to make it Antidote 2 in fact, and SkRossi 0. This last kill is going to go to Hellfighter, and there you go. A strong round, a strong hold on B side from Team Hyderabad, and honestly it came down to those comms. The second that Excali realized that this is going to be a heavy push, seeing the op in the hands of SkRossi, he was like, you know what, I need help, and every single person from Team Hyderabad left what they were doing and they came to his rescue.
Yeah, I mean, for Bengaluru, I mean, while SkRossi is a brilliant operator all in all, his entry fragging potential really missing for Bengaluru right now, I would say, because the rounds that they've won, the rounds that they've dominated, it's been him leading from the front, able to secure pockets of control on the side, allow his team to either use that as a bait and switch or to take the side control itself. Now, this is the last round and the lockdown is ready, so I want to see that lockdown used well to try and push in. You can see they're once again edging towards that A side, but Antidote with the operator, he's already ready. Will get spotted out though by the recon drone, so has to dash out. And now with Suez control established for them, a perfect place for Lightning Fast to put down that lockdown. It should cover most of the A side from the Suez angle. And I think does just that. With the lockdown ready and kill picked up, it's Global Esports looking for that A-side control.
Well, it looks like Team Bangalore, they're definitely looking to push in the last few seconds of that. Yes, there you go, Amaterasu. Oh, in fact, he's going to get detained. Could this be a bait, in fact? Because possibly baiting a player into getting detained could be a bait for the other team pushing heavy. But it looks like that's not going to be the case, as Amaterasu will just have to look at his hands for a while. No, there you go. He'll get taken out with the Vandal. And there is the peak that's coming in from a shot. hellRangeR, SkRossi right next to each other. SkRossi, he's going to drop another smoke, but give away his position to the Omen. hellfighter comes in. That's going to be an easy pre-fire for him. A 3v2 at this point. Bangalore, they're looking to equalize things, as the hellfighter is going to get one, and Skills with the last kill going to make it a 6-6. And honestly speaking, this is actually the advantage Team Hyderabad.
Yeah, but Bengaluru, they'll be really happy that they're able to pick up that 6-6 scoreline, because a 7-5 would be significantly worse. Now with the 6-6, if they can win the pistol rounds, maintain their lead, then try to use this killjoy to leverage them to be able to find a successful defensive half, they might be able to find their advantage there. But it's as you said, Hyderabad, like Dinka said this also before in the caster deck, if it goes to 6-6 after the first half, Hyderabad, they will be extremely happy, because in the attacking side really is where this composition excels. We already saw aggressive pushes coming out from them in the defense. Now on the attack, they can start doing that on their own terms, in their own pace, and that's where we will look to see which will come out for Hyderabad. 12 kills for Antidote, 10 for Amaterasu, and 10 for hellfighter. Those three players really showing up strong for Hyderabad. For SkRossi, it's him leading the charge for Bengaluru, but gets taken down by Excali. That's first blood for Hyderabad. Their top fragger down.
I mean, again, this is something that Dinkar said. The Rena in the pistol rounds is going to be a big boost, because the second you get that kill, you can basically use a shield. And having a shield in a pistol round, that's going to go a long way. And Excali, he's going to do that exactly. He's going to use the basis on that shield to make an aggressive play. And complete C side is going to be in the hands of Team Hyderabad. As again, a long plant next to green box. This is going to make sure that any player holding from C long will have to deal with the diffuser carrier right in the diffuser right in front of him. It looks like Killjoy as well as the Sova are going to be making their way in. The first dig comes in from hellfighter. He'll get hit with the paranoia, but he'll look to play this a little safer. KappA is going to get one. Excali and hellfighter, they are ready for that. And as you see that, Skills is going to get finished, as hellfighter is just going to be an angry cool teddy bear with an EK in his hand.
Yeah, you can see 7-6 now on the scoreline. A really dominant round for Hyderabad with the pistol. Able to use that overheal to the maximum of its utility, get the maximum value, and now put them in a situation where they're able to try and push through and use the fact that they have the anti-eco, the Spectres ready for them to find the win. You see the Phantom coming through for Excali though, a really interesting buy, because we've noted this in the pistol round as well. Him just having light shields won't matter if he can get a kill with that Phantom advantage, get that overheal, and then play on the basis of that. It's going to be a really impactful gun for Excali. Now Hyderabad, they're moving all over. It's C-Long held by hellfighter while they take mid control. Amaterasu looking for the peaks. I think he barely spotted out SkRossi there and will try to go for the hunt, but they're going for this slow push onto B, and they will get it. Now, with the B control taken, I expect an A-link funnel onto A side for a 3-stack onto A. Bengaluru positioned perfectly to defend it.
I mean, Amaterasu has already made his way in as the backstab, and there you go. SkRossi finally going to fall, and that is, and again, the top fragger from the team taken out as hellfighters. He's already ready for the backstab. Is lightning fast going to get caught off guard, and finally hellfighter is going to get that kill onto Antidote. But Amaterasu, he's going to be ready with that Spectre and the curveball as the push comes in from Excali. He's going to be the one to finish it off this time, and again the GOAT is going to come out from him. That is something that we have seen quite a lot from this man right here.
Now 8-6, that was the eco round for Bengaluru, so they'll try to fight back with this round coming through. Full buys all around, all 5 of them Vandals, interesting buys. You usually expect to see 3 Vandals and 2 Phantoms, or 4 Vandals and 1 Phantom, so that you can have that Phantom for that close range battle for the spray control. But the way they're positioning with the 5 Vandals tells me that we're expecting a very defensive round to come out of Bengaluru, try to get those long range battles through. Now, for Hyderabad, it's a mixed bias throughout. They'll continue with most of their weapons from the anti-eco, but Antidote picking up that third round operator going to be really important to make sure that he gets that kill and the impact happen, because otherwise the detriment in terms of economy will be humongous to Hyderabad. The alarm bot will spot out Hyderabad's push into garage and delay them, but I would have liked to see perhaps a molly set up with the alarm bot to try and get some damage done as well. Now they're just able to bait out the alarm bot, get back outside and try to take the pocket of control towards that garage area once again.
Well, I saw someone, putting it in chat that SkRossi looks like Forsaken. I mean, he could definitely look like Forsaken, but he's definitely going to be a lot, he's definitely not going to be doing something that Forsaken does. That's all pure skill from SkRossi, to be fair. Right to Ace, again, not having the best game of his life, but on the Sova, you don't really have to worry too much about it. But HellRangeR, in fact, he's going to be something who Team Hyderabad will have to worry about, but will not have to deal with too much, as Excali is going to pop that Empress. First kill has already gone to Team Hyderabad, and SkRossi is going to get one onto Hellfighter as well. Lightning fast, adding to that, Amaterasu going to fall. The Jet gets spotted. SkRossi is going to be an easy kill. Dismiss used, another kill. Right to Ace is going to be the one. Skills is going to pick up two, and that is going to be from Garage. Excali, he'll have to make sure that he gets a kill, because his Empress might run out, or he might just run out of health points. And there you go, Skills with a headshot from that Vandal, going to make sure that shield or no shield, that's going to be around that Team Bangalore does definitely take.
Yeah, a really huge round for Bengaluru. Really strong with the way they're able to hold down the side. Excali almost tried to pull down the heroics, but you see the very defensive positioning really coming out huge for them. They're willing to play behind the garage window into the C-Link area to make sure that it's forcing Hyderabad into a position where they have to take the fight to them, and that's really not where the op excels. Now Antidote, he's going for another op buy, this time completely glass cannon. So this op buy going to be a really interesting factor, because it feels like Bengaluru, they're almost expecting this op buy. They're playing it very backward, not going for the peak whatsoever, letting instead Hyderabad come to them and try to take the fight on that basis, and that's really where Bengaluru able to find their advantage. Now you can see a mid-side push into an A-long take for Hyderabad. They're looking to get that control, but HellRangeR and Skills are ready. They have the alarm bot set up for them as well. This might be disaster for Hyderabad.
Well, if Hyderabad does not figure out what they need to do there, the curveball will get dodged, but HellRangeR, he will still get that kill, as now his position is going to get called out, but both the players are going to get spotted, and Skills is still going to win that. Right to Ace is going to get the first kill, in fact, for his... Oh no, that's going to be the second kill, as HellRangeR is going to finally get the Phoenix, and that will be an important kill, but they do not have the man advantage, and they do not have the map control that is needed, as KappA is going to put an end to Antidote. SkRossi, he's going to drop, and he will finish off Right to Ace as well. So it looks like Team Bangalore, they will be able to equalize things, and Team Hyderabad, though they are on attack, they are not having the same kind of game that they would have expected, carry forward from their defensive half.
I think for Hyderabad, I want to see the op denied. Like, I mean, I don't want to see the op picked up for Antidote. Don't get me wrong, he's a brilliant op player, even on the attacking side with it, but I feel like what they really need right now is aggressive plays. The op, it needs to be a situational strategy you can pull out rather than a compulsory weapon you get, and that's really what ends up tilting it in the favor of Bengaluru here. Now SkRossi with his own op on the defense, I like it a lot more, able to pick up that first blood, but gets instantly traded out by Excali, meaning now for Bengaluru, the op is down and Hyderabad will be able to pick it up. Going for that fast side push. It's Excali with the triple here. KappA able to take two back, but Excali with the Sheriff really making it work. One tap, one tap. It's Cali unlocked, but Cali, he's going to be the last man standing. That was a quick round for Hyderabad. Cali last man standing.
I mean, a 1v3, sorry, a 1v2, this is going to be an ace situation for Excali to finish off. He will pick up that op as well as the spike, but will he go in for that plant? There's one player coming. Skills is just going to be holding in from short, as will Cali check this angle? He will not, as he will walk right past Skills, and that will be an easy kill with the Vandal. So Team Bangalore, against the odds, are in fact going to be taking the advantage from Team Hyderabad.
That was so close. I think he turned for a second, and in that second, I don't know exactly what happened. I think he turned into the wall rather than checking the angle, and just ends up walking straight past Skills. Skills able to find the kill, and with his 15th of this map, able to now secure the lead for Bengaluru in this defensive side. Bengaluru playing really well with their killjoy, especially to make sure they're able to deny that a particular site and play around the utility. You see the alarm bot set up not for Lightning Fast but for his teammates to allow them to play behind it and wait for the aggressive push, knowing that for Hyderabad they really have two options. They can either pull out the operator and wait for the peaks, or they can go for the aggressive plays. I think right now Bengaluru, expecting what Hyderabad likely to do, able to win out irrespective of the mind games. It's going to come down to Hyderabad to find the creativity and innovate, because what they are ending up doing is just falling into Bengaluru's hands. The way they are stacked in this current place, though, I'm expecting perhaps a mid-side push to try and take B control and then move into the A-Link or C-Link area.
I think that with both ops on the board for, an op on board for both the teams, it's going to be a lot more important for both of them to make sure that they're able to lock down a lot, the longer angles rather than trying to force the shorter angles. Amaterasu has already spotted that alarm bot. The peak comes in. Cali is going to get one, but gets taken out by Lightning Fast. So 1-for-1 trade. This will be, I'll say that losing a defender for an attacker is definitely going to be something that will favor the attack. But Skills, he is coming in for the backstab. The Vandal is equipped and Antidote is ready with the operator. Will he be able to come out on top? That will be something that we'll be seeing either in the kill feed or right on our screens.
Antidote doesn't take the bait though, just ends up going away. They were back to back. Even one of them had picked, he would end up going down, but neither peaking, meaning now Hyderabad able to go for the full rotate and try to push through for this C side. With garage control being taken by Amaterasu, the smoke's coming out into CT. It's Hyderabad going for the push, but SkRossi with the op, he'll deny one. But the counter kills come through. It's the Hunter's Fury for right to ace, and the counter off for Antidote, meaning now it's side control being taken for Hyderabad. But side control, while they maintain long angles, meaning Skills he has nowhere to go, has to go for the duels, gets spotted out, gets taken down. That's Hyderabad equalizing the scoreline.
I mean, what a comeback from Team Hyderabad. What a reversal from that start of the round. A 4-4 baited B push, and then suddenly all hands on deck for C. I mean, what a play coming in from this team of Team Hyderabad. And honestly speaking, the way that they have set up, it makes us realize that they were already ready for every single thing that Bangalore would throw at them. They knew that a backstab would come in. They knew that they needed recon dart to predict or possibly ping the player when he was going to push. And honestly, a well set up round that came in from this team.
Yeah, a really nice round for Hyderabad, meaning that they're able to keep their sniper ready for themselves and maintain that eco that they need to do with that buy round to make sure that they don't end up in a position where they are really just losing back-to-back rounds to the defense, because then it allows the defense to get a stable eco through with the operator for SkRossi and make sure that they're the ones finding the advantage. 9-9, I mean, my prediction is wrong already. I think we might be set for overtime.
I mean, yeah, that was amazing from both the teams. If you talk about the first few phases that we had, Bengaluru's doing so well, but then Rossi picking up the operator in the third round, and it was kind of a 4v5 situation, because if you look at Hyderabad, they knew that the operator is coming up on the other side, so they didn't peek any angles. It was a 4v5. They just went in, they went on with those kills, and then they tried to come back. It was 2-2. And then all of a sudden, Bangalore coming up, Rossi with that Blade Storm, getting a 3K in the fifth round, I guess it was, and completely changing the game. It was so good. But I thought that Hyderabad will be so good when the switch happens after 6-6. But the turn of events, I mean, Skills, he has been so consistent. It's turning out to be Bangalore doing so well throughout the game. I mean, let's see what happens in the next few rounds.
Well, it looks like the round has in fact started, as the spike has already been planted from Team Hyderabad. This is going to be retaken as we make our way in. Lightning Fast will be going to fall, as this is a 5v3. We are not even sure where the spike has been planted. We're not sure how SkRossi got taken out. Was it a first, an op versus op? But it looks like, it's going to be a save probably coming in from Team Bangalore. This is not going to be going a lot further than that, because getting a complete site back from Team Hyderabad like this, that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, given the fact that three members are left standing and it was a long plan towards C, I'm inclined to say that it was likely an aggressive push by Hyderabad into the side, able to just deny SkRossi instantly with their up battle, and make sure that Bengaluru put in a position where they're not able to find the rotate on time, have to end up going for the save. Now Hyderabad with their back-to-back able to pick up the lead. For Bengaluru, now you see the semi-buys coming out. The three members who went for the saves, they have the weapons, but the rest of their team have to just stay with that classic, meaning the weaponry definitely in the favor of Hyderabad. A chance for them to really push it through, get a significant lead in their favor. Now you can see a C-long push coming out. Cubby control being taken by hellff are going to be really important. But on the other side, Suez control as well. Meaning A-site and C-site information already set up for Hyderabad. It's just a question of which side they're able to find the first blood in and then commit to. Given the way Amaterasu is pushing in, it's going to be A-site. He's able to take a significant portion of the site. It's just KappA holding down from heaven. The running back for Amaterasu getting a bunch of information and allowing right to Ace to now push into the site. It's Ace site for Hyderabad. hellff picking up the spike and now trying to make his way to the site.
Well, it looks like the prediction, at least as far as we went, this is going to be pretty close to what I expected. A 13-10 was what, I thought. As it looks like we are on track for that. Right to Ace, he has side control. He'll be waiting for his teammate to come in, as hellff will be changing the place that he wants to plant, as defender Killjoy has been activated. Now it's down to Excali to possibly play this a little bit aggressive, as he... Sorry, Excali is going to get two before KappA is going to get that trade, as it looks like one player from Team Hyderabad will still get detained. That's hellff, and his teammates will make sure that he is going to survive that. But Skills, he'll get rid of Antidote. 12 seconds on the board. Do they have the time to go for the spike? Looks like the curveball will be coming in. The kill will be Skills, and Skills again, and he will get a 4K for his team, single-handedly changing the way that this round panned out. The op was dropped, but it could not get picked up, but still a great round coming in from Team Bangalore.
Yeah, a huge round for Bangalore, able to equalize it, and Skilled with the 4K, now propelling himself to that top fragger position. I really think he's one of the most consistent players for Bengaluru, time and time again. Irrespective of which agent you put him on, over the months we've seen him play the Sentinel role, the Duelist role, on this controller role as well. He's able to find the frags, make sure that he's creating a huge impact. And his frags, they're not just like frags that you find left, right, center. They're impactful frags, able to change the course of a round altogether. Skills very much deserving of our praise. I do wonder if he could have instead played that Phoenix, because it is a difficult duty to be on a duelist and go for the IGL himself. An interesting choice for Bengaluru, but so far it's paid off. So definitely working in their favor. For Hyderabad, you can see that the kills much more spread out. But Excali, as you expect on the Reina, he's leading the charge. So Excali and Skills, they're going to be players to watch out for to see which team does end up clutching it out. But given the back and forth fashion, Dang, do you think we're ready for an overtime? I'm really excited for an overtime.
I mean, the last time that we saw both these teams on a 10-10, it went Bangalore's favor because it was the map of Bind. But on Haven, I cannot really predict, and something that I have personally not seen for a long time in either competitive matchmaking or even in professional play like this, is that sitting at 10-10, the max skills that we have is 19. That just tells you the kind of the level of players that these players are playing against. And look at that, like 19, 15, 12, 10, that is the normal kills that we see possibly by a player like Deathmaker dropped in, say, 3 rounds.
Yeah, very close between both of these teams and very spread out. But now Hyderabad going for that C-long push, not able to check that top angle on the boxes though. And SkRossi with the off angle, with the help of hellRangeR, able to just instantly destroy Hyderabad's attack, stop them in their tracks, force them to reconsider their position and re-evaluate their angles. hellfighter. He's gonna take cover control, but there's really not much to do because even going over to the A side basically impossible considering that Skills has pushed in all the way, taken A lobby control. B side held by the Killjoy. Hyderabad with really nowhere left to go, they just going to end up having to overcommit to this C side.
I mean, I agree. I think unless that Hyderabad is able to pull out a rabbit out of their hat, it's not going to be around that they'll be looking to take at any stretch of the imagination. As SkRossi and hellfighter, they're already holding those angles, and as the pick comes in, Sova will get tagged. That's right to ace. As a recon dart coming in, a curveball will be dropped to make sure that nothing is going to stop these players from getting those peaks. A blaze wall will completely deny line of sight, and also that's going to cause them to fall back. As Skills, he's ready with the backstab. He's holding for that fallback. The paranoia is ready. This might just be a 3k coming in for this man alone, but he's going to hold off. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Come on, Skills, you have the time. Just go for it. There you go. The paranoia is ready. He's going to flash one. He'll get one, but gets the trade immediately from right to ace, as Antidote as well as his teammate will just hold on. And that's around for Team Bangalore, and we might just be going in a similar direction to what we saw earlier.
Yeah, round picked up for Bangalore, mostly off of the really interesting position of SkRossi and hellRangeR, setting up a pseudo crossfire with the off angle for SkRossi and hellRangeR behind the Radiant Eye boxes, able to make sure that any push into the C side instantly denied by that crossfire and allow Skills to go for that elong push on the basis of the information they gain towards that C side. Now you can see in this round, Hyderabad, they will be able to afford the buys because they went for the saves last round. But this round, if they do end up losing, their eco will just end up going down the gutter. And it will be not just Bengaluru with match point, but with a strong eco advantage to boot. So a very important round for Hyderabad if they do want to stay alive in this map. You see the Killjoy setup change once again. The alarm bot set up to allow hellRangeR to play very defensively down in behind the window, and the Molly and the turret set up to deny the beast sight. Hyderabad, they're playing it very cautiously though. It's just hellfighter holding down that C-long angle. The rest of them just waiting it out, trying to allow Bengaluru to go for the peaks. With the time running out, Dr. Dang, they need to push, and they need to push now.
I mean, they certainly need to commit to at least one side, as SkRossi will be committing to their off, and he'll get another one. Oh boy, he tanked that flash as well, in fact, as his position in garage is going to be well known by the players of Hyderabad, but what will they be able to do about it is going to be the real question, as C-side control has been given to Team Hyderabad, but it looks like Bangalore is already ready for the retake coming in. As right to ace, he will get that spike initiated.
Planted.
Antidote, he will have to do a lot of fragging this round, because the second this dark cover goes or right to ace breaks this cover, he will get taken out, as Omen will finally give
One
an
enemy
answer to
remaining.
SkRossi, but lightning fast coming in, and this looks like a round that will be going to Team Bangalore. Nonetheless, I mean, 12-10, this is going the way that I had predicted almost perfectly.
Yeah, if we see Bangalore able to finish it off here with the eco advantage that they should have,
Match
then
point.
it will be like for them the exact prediction you make, not just in terms of the score, but also in terms of teams. So let's see if it does end up pulling through. SkRossi with those op shots, man, absolutely insane. Not just the op shots, but the positioning in the smoke. As an operator, you pretty much never expect that operator to be sitting in the smoke, because you can't be sitting in the smoke scoped in, expecting to be able to find an easy flick. So you usually have to end up going for that quick scope. The fact that he's doing that catches Hyderabad completely off guard, and make sure that he's the one picking up that first frag, not allowing Hyderabad to play for those advantageous trades. Given the fact that he picked up the first 2 kills as well, match point now for Bengaluru. For Hyderabad, I think we see a couple of light shields coming through, so this round going to be really important to them to make sure that they pull it out, because they have gone for the op buy once again. So far, the attacking operator been sort of the detriment of both the teams on the side. So we'll see if they can make the attacking operator work in this round. Hyderabad fighting for their lives, is Bengaluru fighting for the map win.
Well, right to ace has spotted a player. A shock dart is going to be coming in for Amaterasu to dodge, as he will do exactly that. KappA with the counter. Owl drone is going to gain intel for his own team, as Amaterasu will start things off. Skills is going to fall. There's one more player right behind the green box. Will he be able to get that kill? The cross is already held by Antidote, as the player is going to get pushed in, but the run it back has been called, as that will get taken out. KappA, he will have to reposition. Right to ace getting the plant down. Amaterasu is already ready with hell control. A blaze wall coming out. He will make sure that he's able to get those little bit of heal points that he needs. But this is going to be a 4v5 for Team Bangalore to retake, and if they do not, this will go another round, as KappA is going to get one, gets traded out by Excali. The Empress has been popped, the player is spotted, which is going to be lightning fast. Amaterasu is going to put an end to him. It's down to the two players inside of A-Link, and as hellRangeR comes in fact, he'll get taken out. And there you go. SkRossi will go in for that save. Oh,
One exit frag, but just ends up getting denied by Hellfighter. He will still be able to afford the buy in the next round with the operator, since they did get back-to-back wins. But in this round, the fact that Hyderabad able to pull it back, meaning now they have the potential to take us to overtime. They did use key ultimates to make sure this round happened though, and we'll see if Bengaluru can find their own ultimates to pull it through. Now, op coming through for SkRossi. I think, a double op coming through for Bengaluru. A really interesting setup here.
There you go. They bought that, right? Yep. Oh, this SkRossi is gonna get that. That is why that man has 66 opening kills, because people just peek that angle nonetheless, and they give him those kills. And honestly, it takes a lot of skill to take those kills as well. But why do you peek? You have an op on the other end. Why do you want to do that?
Going for those duels against an operator, especially against a skilled player of the level of SkRossi, not working out. And another peak and off battle between Anti and KappA. It's KappA with the win, but Amaterasu trading it out. Now Lightning Fast trying to hold on B. He finds one onto Amaterasu, just waiting behind at the back of B side. Excali knows where he is, but he's not going to push in aggressively just yet. Knows that it's very likely he gets franked from either angle. Instead, waiting for right to ace to start getting control of the A side, and will then make his way from A-Link into the side. As soon as right to ace pushes in, he goes for that duel, finds the headshot and the kill. Now 2v2 on the map. Right to ace should end up going for the plant. Will set up the recon to get some information, and now Excali will join his teammate and just look to hold on from here. Right to ace with the plant trying to hold on to the site. It's now 2v2 retake for the side of Bengaluru. The Bladestorm out for SkRossi, trying to push into the site. It's a recon drone to try and get him some information, but a really nice set of post plants for Hyderabad. Held from sewers and under heaven. It's right to ace picking up the first kill, and now Hyderabad looking for overtime here. The Hunter's Fury ready. This round all but done from Bengaluru.
I mean, KappA, he will get tagged once, as the half defuse is going to get popped. Looks like he'll be going in for the full, and there you go. A shock tag and some bullets to finish it off, as right to ace is not taking any chances. Overtime. I mean, I expected a 13-10. I was pretty much on track for that for basically the whole match, and this has gone to the place that I wanted it to go, and I expected it to go. In fact, I did not expect this match to get over in regular time.
I think if all of us were going to be wrong, we would be happy to be wrong with an overtime. So I'm just glad to see that we get the overtime through for both of these teams, because given how this first map has gone, we've seen how close they are, and more action between them is just the perfect way to end off map 1 and really signify that this is only the start of the series. We have potentially 5 maps of this jam-packed action coming through, so just an exciting day already set up in this best of 5 matchup. Now overtime going to come through for both the teams, and this is where interesting choices have to be made, because now if you go for the operator buy, you cannot afford shields, you cannot afford abilities, you cannot afford anything whatsoever. 5,000 credits is all you get to start off an overtime round, and if you invest those 5,000 credits in an operator, you are left on this slippery slope where if you don't make it work, that's basically no utility for your team, no backup from your team, meaning that operator needs to get that first blood. Now, attacking side for Bengaluru, you see SkRossi picking up that operator. A really interesting buy. We'll see if it works out.
I I hope that it works out for him, because that is going to be putting basically every single egg that you have into one basket as hellRangeR. I mean, he's going to be pushing in from A shot, and he's made this play very aggressive. He's already taken a lot of map control right to Ace and Excali going to be the two players, but this seems to be a complete A side push. Excali holding that angle, he'll spot one, dinky head, gets that kill. But SkRossi, he's already paid dividends. He's already made sure that Excali is going to get taken out. As Hellfighter will be using a paranoia, and SkRossi is going to double that. He'll get one kill. Right to Ace does get one, but the Killjoy turret is going to distract him, as Skills will be getting that kill on the basis of that chip damage. Amaterasu already hit an alarm bot, as he will be vulnerable for a while. There you go, that has gone off. But Team Hyderabad, they will have to make sure that the one-man disadvantage does not cost them this such an important round.
The operator so far really working out well for SkRossi. He's able to cause a huge impact, and now Hellfighter flanked by Rexy with that push. It's SkRossi with the final kill, and Bengaluru with the first round won in overtime. Now securing match point for themselves. Once again looking to finish it off right here, right now. Now you can see for Hyderabad, I think the operator works well against them, given that they keep like to go for these aggressive pushes. They like to take pockets of control, and Bengaluru able to continuously just deny them that, make sure that they're the ones instead pushing forward, punishing them for it, and taking the control of the area on the site on the basis of it. Now for Antidote, we see an operator coming out, his attacking operator for SkRossi as well. So two operators, we saw SkRossi phenomenally pick up 3 kills with that operator last round. If he's able to replicate something of that fashion, it'll be Bengaluru with the first map win. Skills, very interesting positioning here, using his shrouded step to get into an off angle. But look at SkRossi, he's pushed into C-Long, he's gonna get that first blood, set the stage for Bengaluru, but misses his second shot. But it's still first blood for Bengaluru and man advantage to boot.
I mean, I thought that taking the operator on attack was going to be a risky thing. He made that work, and now he's on defense, where the op is definitely going to be a lot more influential, if you want to say the least. Even if you don't get kills, the simple denying of angles and line of sights that the op provides is going to be a big thing. As Skills, he will have to play this safe. This is a very common angle to get free fired on, but he's going to drop down. Will he get that kill? No, Amaterasu is going to make better use of that gun as he pushes in. Antidote holding on to long, but Amaterasu will get taken out. Lightning Fast will get one before he gets traded out by Excali. The dismiss, use the hot hands, drop one player is going to fall. Curveball comes in, the Phoenix is going to get taken out, and SkRossi will miss his shot to the dismiss, as Antidote will come in and finish off what is left of Team Bangalore, which was SkRossi at 60 HP. That is not going to be a problem for Team Hyderabad.
Both of these brilliant ARC players really showing why it's a worthy investment for them, even though it's all of their eggs. Antidote with the ARC backed up by Excali, able to now secure the overtime number 2 for them. Is going to be it coming out once again for SkRossi. I'm expecting Antidote to go for it too. Yeah, we can basically default both SkRossi and Antidote to the operator. No need to think about it. That's what they're comfortable with. That's what they go for, and that's where they look strong. But 28 kills for SkRossi, man. He's been an absolute beast. Now the op duel, it's Antidote able to find the trigger and find the first blood. Op down for Bengaluru here, so they will not have that sightline to try to push in on the basis of, and with the advantage gained for Hyderabad, they're just going to look to hold their positions. Amaterasu and Garage will pick up that first kill, and now Hyderabad firing on all cylinders, looking for their own match point.
I mean, if Hyderabad is able to get this match point, this will go a long ways. Antidote, he will add fuel to the fire. Skills is going to fall. Right to Ace is going to finish off hellRangeR, and it's all down to KappA. I mean, there's no point going in for a save. Might as well just go in for that 1v5. But will he survive for too long is going to be the question. The answer is going to be no. He will not. He'll get taken out by Excali.
Switching sides.
Flawless round
Match
is
point.
like there's no eco advantage to a flawless round, but in terms of morale, right? Every overtime you end up resetting your economy. So while Bengaluru will still get the eco to go for the full buys, but the morale to have been lost 2 match points in a row now for themselves and then end up going down at the second overtime to a flawless, meaning now not only do Hyderabad have such a big momentum boost, but it feels like Bengaluru, they might start doubting themselves. No operator for Antidote, meaning an aggressive push very likely and on the cards for Hyderabad. They're on the attack, they're going for the buys, and this is where the call's gonna come up huge. Amaterasu, he said no operator. They're going for that push, they're going for that seaside. Garage control already taking the flash to set up. The Phoenix is fighting each other, but it's Amaterasu who is picking up the headshots and now able to get his team the side control. Hyderabad going for the plant and the win right here.
Well, Excali is going to have to hold the backstab as he will fall to
planted.
exactly that. But the call should be made that there are players pushing in from Garage as there is a backstab as well. So a 4v4 retake as Antidote will be holding on to planks. He will make sure that no one comes in from CT, but he has the crossfire with Amaterasu as well. A recon dart coming in. A paranoia is going to be dropped as well. Antidote gets one. Amaterasu gets another. He'll get raided out by skills, but Antidote is holding this strong and it's all down to a 1v2. It's down to SkRossi with the op. The recon dart missed, but the kill is going to go to right to ace. As what a comeback from Team Hyderabad is going to, I mean, what a game coming in from both these teams.
Huge comeback, right? And you can see the calls really reigning supreme in this round. They've been up so far, almost every round, starting from all the way towards the mid of the first half. Amaterasu was like, let's surprise them. They're expecting us to go for the op, they're expecting us to go for the peak. And gets his entire team to go for the full buys with the Phantoms and the Vandals. With that, they're able to push into the site aggressively. They really use the Phoenix flashes to their advantage to gain pockets of control in that garage area while making sure they have someone backing them up with a C-long push, meaning a coordinated push into C-side, a C-side control, and the trades in their favor to pick up the win. A huge comeback for Hyderabad. And we said that the first map would set the pace. Given how close it was and given how much of a comeback it was for Hyderabad, like I really do wonder how this will end up facing for Bangalore. Are they the sort of team to bow down under the pressure? Are they the sort of team to be like, that was close, let's fire up and pull a back map 2 for ourselves?
I mean, welcome back, Dinkar. How was that game from the sidelines?
Can it get any better?
I don't think so.
I mean, then Bangalore leading, and then it was just it would have taken them only just one round to win that game. They had a very good lead. I feel very bad for them. I feel very bad for Rossi right now. The kind of heavy lifting he did. I was watching. I could hear my heartbeat at one point when you know I'm supporting both the teams. I'm quite neutral, but when I saw Bengaluru losing it from there, my heart was breaking. And at that point, when it was a 1v2 and when Rossi was still left, there was a little glimmer of hope, but it all went down with right to ace on Sova. I mean, he is like a wall. You cannot just cross him. With him still standing, you have a big hope that Hyderabad is going to go away with the victory. It was, you know, one of the most amazing games and maybe the best game we have seen so far in this tournament. Amazing. I mean, the Kolkata comeback, that was also very good, but this one, overtime after overtime, and then, you know, looking at it from the sidelines, I was, you know, dying to speak. But I mean, these players, they put on a very good show, and everybody in the chat, they enjoyed it thoroughly. I could already see what was going on. And there was a comment that I really liked. There was someone who said that this Bengaluru side, they're like the South African cricket team. You know, for those who don't know, they have the best players in the world. They always have the best players, the best team, the best captain, but they just don't win it in the semifinals and finals. It's just that they just fall apart when it's needed the most. I mean, you expect them to dominate any team, to destroy any team, and you know, when the time comes, they just leave it. You know, at the end, they just miss it by a little, and it hurts a lot. You know, even if you are a different country fan, it still hurts. And that's what happened today as well for Bengaluru. I mean, yeah, I'm left with no words right now.
I mean, I'm sad that my prediction was wrong, but I am actually pretty happy that the game turned out to be what it was, because 15-13, that is going to be a scoreline that, I mean, honestly speaking, like if you're talking no jokes, but Bangalore, they might not have won the map, but I think that they will still carry forward some momentum, it's still going to be a little
Yeah.
difficult for them to go forward and be like, you know what, we were so close to winning that map out. We had Hyderabad by the neck. We just had to squeeze a little harder, but it turns out that Hyderabad just pulled in a reverse choke and they were able to lock out Team Bangalore on the map that they so clearly had the advantage on.
Yeah, really interesting comeback for Hyderabad. I think for Hyderabad, they will be fired up on all cylinders, especially Excali with the nutty plays when they're down a couple of players.
Yeah.
He's able to find those kills, find the reset with his healing, and really get us to see why they like this triple duelist composition, right? When your duelists end up going down early, you still have the firepower to be able to pull it back, make sure you're taking the attack to the other team. For Bengaluru, it's as you said, guys, like it was so close yet so far. So for them going into the next map, which I believe is Split, I think they just need to reset their mental. Remember that Split is one of their favorite maps and just come back stronger on it.
Yeah, and I guess one of the main reasons that Bengaluru was able to get back so quickly, it was, Antidote on the operator that allowed them to move into, even if, the Hyderabad side was on the attacker side. I guess Antidote on the operator, it allowed Bangalore to take a little edge. And at the end of the day, when it mattered the most, when we saw that now when Hyderabad is not going, Antidote is actually not going for the operator, we knew that it's going to be a complete hard push coming in from them, and that worked out. And if Anti would have gone on for the operator in the last game as well, I'm quite sure that we would have seen another overtime.
I'm actually pretty sure that if the call had not been made from
Yeah.
Amaterasu that the op does not need to go, and this, I mean, it was a regular push, but the fact that they played mind games, and I love the fact that both these teams played mind games with each other throughout the game. It started off with Bangalore basically baiting a run it back from Amaterasu, and since then this has just been a battle of, you know what, I'm going to outsmart you, I'm going to do this, and the other team's like, nope, it's
Yeah.
not going to happen, I've already thought about that. And one more thing that I would like to point out is that a lot of people were confused that why right to ace is at the bottom of the scoreboard, why is he not doing so much. I'd like to tell you that if you're a Sova player and you're sitting at the top of the scoreboard, either your team's really not performing that well,
Yeah.
or you're not playing the role of the Sova pretty good. Because as a Sova, you're going to be that wall who is going to be present to make sure that you get the intel, and the players that you have on your team, your teammates, are going to make the plays, not recon darting for yourself and then going in to get those kills. So if you think that right to ace was not doing something right, I think you need to reevaluate how you play Sova.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like the supportive playstyle for Right to Ace is really what helped them secure a number of those rounds. Like I remember one round particularly where they were down 2-4 and it was just Right to Ace and Excali. Excali with the B control and Right to Ace pushing into A, allowing Excali to come to him, and then it was Right to Ace clutching that round. I think it was the 11th
Yep.
round where we did end up going to overtime. So plays like that are what you expect from Right to Ace. He's that player who finds the calm and the composure in the extremely high pressure situations. And in that way, he's that all rounder. He's that cornerstone that your team relies on to just calm yourself down. And I think you need to give him credit for that rather than look at just the frags, because the game is not about the frags, it's about the rounds. And that's what Right to Ace gets you.
Yeah, and how can we miss Rossi? That guy. There were a lot of rounds. I mean, if Bengaluru was winning 10 rounds, 4 rounds out of them, it was only Rossi making the complete difference, getting on with a 3K. That Blade Storm play in 2 of the rounds where he got a 3K. Then when his team was falling down on numbers, I mean, he was an amazing player throughout the game. He changed the game, and if Bengaluru went to overtime, I mean, he was one of the main reasons. Let's see if that continues in the next game, because the next game, it's going to get even more interesting because the stakes are getting higher and higher with every round.
That is true. So we leave you with this: Right to Ace as the Dravid, and SkRossi as the AB de Villiers, Hyderabad as the India, and Bangalore as the South Africa. Will this change? That is going to be something that we'll be seeing in a short while, as we'll be heading into a short break. On the other side of this, we have split coming up between both these teams.
Where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance. The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a zero becomes a one, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again with all three of us. So it's going to be me, Dr. Dang, CA, as well as Dinkar, as we welcome you all back to AMD Ryzen 5000 series presents Skyesports League 2020, powered by WD Black. That was just a short break before we made our way back. We already know the second map. It's going to be split. And as we were talking a little bit behind the curtains, CA has given us quite a bit of information, to be honest. Would you like to share that with our audience as well?
I think Haven, for me at least, from my perspective, it is one of Hyderabad's strongest maps, and for Bengaluru, one of their weaker maps. When it comes to split, it's like you flip the table around because you expect Bengaluru to be much stronger on that split because hellRangeR, he picks up that breach and then they can start making those aggressive plays. And number two, we already saw what skills can do on a controller. Now I'm expecting him to shift onto that raise on split, and on that duelist role skills, he can literally be as explosive as he wants. But the same goes for Hyderabad as well. They're going to be going on to, I'm expecting the exact same composition for both the teams. The only difference being which Sentinel they choose to pick in Killjoy or Cypher.
Yeah, and if you talk about Hyderabad today, they're looking to play all aggressive. So I expect them to go again with that three duelist play, and the kind of play we did expect Hyderabad to do much better on the attack side with those three duelists coming into play, but that didn't happen. Hyderabad, they were so good to come back with those retakes. They were so quick to come back with those plays whenever we saw Hyderabad trying to go in, trying to make a difference, and then it was all Bengaluru fighting back. It was down to 12-10, and that scoreline tells you that even if it was 6-6 before the switch happened and we expected Hyderabad to do much better, even if it was 6-6, I expected the score to be 13-8 at the end. So I was very surprised how Bengaluru took the game, and how strongly they played and how well managed their strategy was, and how good was their execution. It was amazing from them. Everything was on point until the end, until the 13th the match point for them. And then it was Hyderabad trying to come back, and it was not just a try, but a successful try coming in from them. It was amazing how well they put those plays under pressure, because after that would have just taken one round to actually get that set victory to the Bengaluru side, but they didn't let that happen. They had everything calculated. They knew that this much of utility we are going to save in this round, even if it's 12-10. we will make sure that whatever utilities we'll have, we'll be putting that. Even if it's match point, they showed complete confidence in themselves, and that paid off.
I'll honestly say that there are very few games where you actually see the kind of communication that is affecting and
Yeah.
causing a team to play the way that they were. And I think that, I'm sorry, that in today's game, I think that the IGL's calls, the IGL's decisions, we could clearly see that happen, because the last round where Hyderabad finished it off, it was clearly Amaterasu's call that he will not be picked by Antidote, but it'll be an aggressive play. It was also a call that, this is the place that we're going to push. We're going to push this fast. We're going to push it like this. And it was the right call. And to be honest, to give it to Bangalore as well, they were making that calls as well. We saw those kind of plays that were coming in from hellRangeR and the whole team of Bangalore that kind of changed the direction of the game the way that it happened. We thought it would go to Hyderabad, then we thought it was Bangalore, then we thought it's back to Hyderabad, but it came back down to, Hyderabad winning it all.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see for both teams the mind games happening, because now going into Split, those mind games are going to be so important, because while Split theoretically is a defense favored map because of the low corners, when you pick up that breach, when you have the aggressive utility to be able to take control very easily because of the flashpoint and the concussive and because of the fault line, like, it becomes a very neutral map in the sense that it's down to which teams find their favor which way. Antidote once again just debating me. I'm expecting Excali to go for the raise and Antidote to go for the jet, but Excali, he's hovering this arena. That would be interesting. Does end up going for the raise, so that's a very standard pick throughout. Both teams with the exact same compositions. It's lightning fast shifting onto that cipher. So at this point, like, considering they have the same compositions, the IGL and their calls going to matter so much. If you win in the mind games, you pretty much win the round.
Yeah, and we did talk about this. That, even if they have the same composition, even if there is a change of little bit of combination that comes in, still, calls are going to make a lot of difference. We know that the teamwork and the synergy is top notch for all these players, all these teams, and we know, what the influence can be when these teams go against each other, and how much of an influence individual players can make. We saw what Rossi did in the last round. So it all comes down to the execution. It all comes down to the calls made by the IGL, and I guess the last round, it was a perfect example of that. We saw Bangalore going away with the victory. They might have gone with the victory, but again, Hyderabad came back very strongly. And again, the IGL play that came in, the calls that were made at the right time, the saves that were made, and they came in handy when they needed that, those utilities, when they needed those ultimates at the last moment, very last moment, when it was match point. So it did work out. So let's see what happens in this one, and if Bangalore will be able to pull it off.
Now, a really interesting setup from Lightning Fast in this round. Went for the light shields, and with just one trap fire, instead with the classic goes for the trap fire down in the vents area, looking for the defense there, allowing them to force stack this B angle. Now, this might end up working out in their favor if Hyderabad go for this B side push, but Hyderabad, they're spread out. They're just looking for some picks, using the breach to cover multiple angles and find the advantages. They're the ones trying to take the push to the other team. And now with the paint shell coming out, it's going to be Excali pushing in, but I see Rossi, he's holding this off angle. But the dart on Excali, I mean, he's just going to back up and he's going to play safe. They're going to rotate over to the A side to try and take control of it.
Actually, I really like the spread coming out from the Hyderabad side. They didn't just go in. We expected a complete rush coming in from Hyderabad, but I guess they are going to rotate completely towards the A side. But I think Bengaluru will be very quick to react. As soon as there is no action on the B side, they will completely rotate as well. That
30 seconds left.
Information will travel to Pinchels coming in from skills. Let's see if he'll be able to connect, as a lot of utilities are being drawn out from both the sides. Antidote, it's all about that first pick. Let's see if that comes in. A side plant. The plant was very efficient coming in from the Hyderabad side, and I really like how they didn't delay it for too long. But let's see how the retake is going to come in from the Bengaluru side.
Excali waiting in the heaven. He picks up the first blood, but instantly taken out by Skills. And now KappA with the breach, allowing them to push in, gets the flashpoint through, but Skills with the shot gets another. The time is running out. They need to start pushing in. So the Paranoia will be the cue to do just
One
that.
enemy
But Hellfighter and
Last
Hikka
player
is holding it
standing.
down from the back. It's Hellfighter with the double, and with barely any time left, KappA left in a 1v1 where he can't go for the defuse, can't go for the kill. He's just standing in a difficult situation. Takes him down, but I don't think he'll have enough time to go for the defuse. Let's see if he does. No, he does not have enough time. Hyderabad playing that this round beautifully, and we start off exactly where we left it, Tinker. A very close match between two amazing teams.
Down to a 1v1 in the first round, that shows you that it's going to be an amazing match again. We talked about how Hyderabad is very strong on split and how it's one of the weak points for Bengaluru, but it's all comes down to a given day and a given performance, and right now both the teams are going neck to neck. If Hellfighter was not there, it would have been a totally different case. KappA, he didn't have any choice. He had to go for the kill, and at the same time he had to go for the defuse as well. And there was no right choice at that moment. He went in for that. It was just down to those first few milliseconds that came into play. But right now it's again time for Bengaluru to step up, because if Hyderabad gets going, we saw what they can do. Bengaluru, they need a decisive lead here. They need a comfortable lead. And Excali again trying to move in, will capture that early point. It's down to a 5v5, and we have seen Bengaluru that they do not commit completely to one side. They are always ready for a rotate if they know that they have been enough information, and that will work out. Because if they would have gone for the B side last time, it might have just gone against them, because there was a complete stack from the Bengaluru side there. As most of the players from the Bengaluru, they are falling very quickly. Bengaluru down to 2.
Yeah, now a 3-man advantage. Antidote holding it down. Spots the legs of Lightning fast and just knees him instantly. A bullet in his kneecaps. He just goes down. And that's the last man standing in skills with just the classic. He's not going to be able to do much. And a flawless round for Hyderabad in the cards. Antidote, he's going to wait it out. But the main grenade not thrown far enough, meaning it doesn't even touch him. So skills, he just ends up getting baited into this drop down gonna happen and will get taken down by Hyderabad. 2-0 for Hyderabad, doing really well so far. And this is what I meant, like split, even though like if you go into solo queue in a Valorant competitive matchup by yourself, you will always assume split to be a defense side map because you don't have the comms. But in a competitive tournament with competitive teams of this caliber, a really good breach and top class IGLs, it really starts to shift the balance because you can use that breach to just completely change the way the map is looked at.
Yeah, and when you come in competitive, I guess it doesn't really matter on split if you're playing on the attacker or the defensive side, because you look at the Hyderabad side, we have seen them play very aggressively in the first few phases. They try to put that extra bit of pressure onto their opponents, and then they feed on that information and up that confidence. But right now you can see they completely split. They are going for those bullets as well. Then the C side, A main, they are trying to get as much information as possible. And then when the first pick comes in, see now the first pick has come in. Now they'll try to rotate on any of the side. They'll try to get that side control, and then the plant happens very quickly. They are not delaying it till yet, and everything is working out for them. The spike has been planted again a 4v4 fight coming through, but again another kill coming through. Even if it's a 4v4 with the spike planted, I would always give it to the Hyderabad side because the spike has been planted. They have very good angles coming through. HellRangeR is trying to change the fate of the game right now, but will he be able to change the outcome? That still remains a very big question. Rossi gets another, but Antidote, he's having some other plans. He will get a 2k, 3k actually, but HellRangeR, he will get the last player. He's going for the defuse, and this might be the first round going to Bengaluru.
Rafaa with the clean one task, picking up those double kill, making sure that they have the right sight lines for the retake. Because without those 2 kills, HellRangeR gets caught out by the team of Team Hyderabad and just puts in a position where they can't really go for the retake immediately and go for the defuse. The fact that he's able to get that means that they secure the buy round. But for Team Hyderabad, last round was basically free. They continued over from the Spectres they picked up in round 2. So this is their true buy round, as you can see. So Bengaluru, like given the fact that they lost a couple of members, they will be left to those light shields and they need to try and push back on the basis of it. All of Hyderabad stacking onto this A side though means the A push very likely. You can see the way the Omen set up the paranoia push into the ramps. They take ramps control and in they go. That is a fast side execute for Team Hyderabad.
And if they can take a couple of kills here, and it will definitely be Hyderabad going away with this round. Showstopper comes in from Excali, not able to connect so well right now. It's going to be a push as we expected, and Antidote will get one. Excali will get another. Excali, he's in for another kill right now. It's all A stack coming in from the Hyderabad side. Again, a very quick plant
Spike
coming in.
planted.
They have been very aggressive, and at the same time they wait patiently as well to get as much information as possible. I'm really liking this combination coming in from the Hyderabad side. It's down to a 5v3, and Bengaluru, they don't want to go in. And I mean, even if they go in, that will probably dent their economy. And Hyderabad, they still have a lot of money left in the tank. They can take those risks. Will it be a hunt down coming in from Bengaluru? Let's see.
Hyderabad, they can go for the hunt, but I think, yeah, they're not going to just force themselves. They're going together in pairs, trying to find it. But a huge round for them, making sure that they switch it up and doing it at the right time, right? You see the fact that the showstopper ready allows the duelists in Jet and Raze to Jet to dash in towards the ramps and Raze to use the satchel packs to get in. Then use the ultimates to clear out the back of the site. Basically, getting heaven control and site control at the same time at just the cost of one ultimate and one paranoia and a couple of breach flashes, meaning they can easily get into the retakes the post plant positions really fast and prevent the retake from coming through just as fast. It's Hyderabad with the really insane calls, playing really well around their ult economy to make sure that they're the ones in the forefront of this second map. Now Bengaluru, they did elect to go for the save, and the Blade Storm is ready for SkRossi, so he's going to play with that Blade Storm as a weapon, the rest of them with the buys, meaning this round crucial to them stabilizing their economy, because otherwise Hyderabad, they're not just going to take a significant round lead, but an equal lead to boot.
Yeah, and we did see a 3-man save coming in, and this was the same thing that I saw. I guess it was Delhi versus Bengaluru, in which this happened. And after this, when you go for a 3-round save, the 3-player save that we have seen in the past, it actually kind of breaks your confidence. I've seen that in the past, and that changes the outcome a lot of times. But right now, what Bengaluru needs is those first picks, and that are not coming in from them. You look at Excali, he gets a couple as well. Lightning Fast will try to move in and will try to retaliate, but will get only one, as a lot of kills coming through from both the sides. Raze is struggling with those health points on the Hyderabad side, but still, that plant, it will be very quick, and it's again down to 4v2, and Bengaluru, from the start itself, they are struggling with that economy and skills. It's a 4v2. They went in a save for the last time and won't be able to go for that this time, as skills is taken out as well, as he falls down to a hellfighter. This guy is in a different form today. He's making sure that he's getting those kills. He's holding those angles really well. Hyderabad, they have been very influential on the attack. We knew that they would do it, but to this extent and this intensity, I did not expect this. Bengaluru, they need to come back, but things are not working for them.
Yeah, I feel like they're just not being proactive, because even on the defense side, you need to be proactive. You need to get the ult point control. You can see the way Hyderabad are playing, right? Every time they push into P garage, they use that breach flash to deny the angle from the B side, from the B backside into that B garage to pick up the ult point. Picking up the ult point, especially on a player like Excali, gets that showstopper coming through sooner, gets something like the rolling thunder coming through sooner, which, like you can see on the ult point, they're much more faster with their ult economy recycling. And on a map like Split, the rolling thunder and showstopper are such crucial ultimates able to secure the round. That's what the proactivity really missing from the side of Bengaluru. They're playing it very defensive, allowing all of Hyderabad to come to them. And while that did work in Haven, because they were facing against a triple duelist composition, now on Split, when they're facing up against the breach, if they wait, they're just going to get flashed in their face and moving forward. So they need to take pockets of control. And I can see them doing this round. You see the Omen in hellRangeR trying to peek it out a little bit, but just going to end up getting pushed back because of the breach. Once again, it's Hyderabad spreading out, looking for their picks before they come in.
Yeah, and even the if you look at the amount of kills that Hyderabad is getting right now, we have not seen that side of Bengaluru until now. Maybe it will change when the switch happens, but I would really like to see a more proactive, a more aggressive Bengaluru. Let's have them, completely get the control of the sites, and on top of that, maybe block the choke points, block the entry points as well. Because right now, I can see Hyderabad doing that. They go on towards the choke points, they get those kills, and then they completely manhandle the Bengaluru side. In one of the rounds that Bengaluru won, it was actually Rossi, I guess, making the play. He went for a couple of kills, and that allowed his teammate to actually go in and get that round for his team. But those moments of brilliance, they are rare, and you need all of your team to step up every time. That's not working out for Bengaluru right now. Again, those all points coming into play. If you look at Bengaluru, they have been very decisive with that. Lightning Fast missing a few shots. Excali will make sure that he goes down. That was the Phantom in action. Hellfighter also doing the same. Rossi will get taken out. And again, you look at Hyderabad, they are just always on the top of his first picks, and they are coming in handy for that side. This time also, it's going to be Hyderabad going away with another round.
Yeah, like they played very slow. They systematically taking control of multiple angles, getting the out points, and then taking mid control to go in from the vents into the site. With just 30 seconds left, execution, the pace at which they get the site executed, absolutely brilliant coordination on all fronts to make sure that they're the ones surprising Bengaluru and instantly just able to pull off a flawless round. For Bengaluru though, that was their eco. So next round will be where they look to push back. I expect that operator to start coming out for SkRossi, because at this point you really need it to make sure, and you see that coming out here. But a glass cannon operator will mean he's extremely low. We've seen him make it work though, so it's going to be up to SkRossi to do that here. A 5-man stack for Hyderabad over this A side. The Rolling Thunder ready, and a couple of from the shadows as well. This is going to be a really quick execute. They're going to rely on that breach ultimate to push in. But SkRossi, he's peeking towards this ramp area. As soon as this goes down, he will be able to find one. Now, will spot out hellff to get the kill. But Hyderabad able to push into this side and start getting side kills.
Yeah, that cyber cage that actually provided him with a little bit of cover, but as soon as it went off, Rossi was too quick to pick it up, and he got that kill. Finally, Bengaluru coming up with that kill. They need to make sure that they are going to go in with the same momentum, the same speed as kills will pick up as well. Excali comes up with the showstopper again. He will connect actually.
One enemy remaining.
KappA taken out of the equation. Excali will get another. That's a 4K coming in from him. Will we see the first ace of the game from Excali, as Rossi remains the only player? He's having that operator. He's going for the save. You know, I mean, it's a 1v3. But you know what I really like? I really like the way Hyderabad is playing. They start patiently, and then all of a sudden, as soon as they get that kill, that acts as a catalyst for them. They just move into any of the sides. Like they want to make sure that they just go in. And it's working every time. It was just one time that, you know, Bengaluru was able to neutralize those numbers with Rossi showing an amazing play. But other than that, it has been all Hyderabad, and we did predict it just because of the fact that it has been a very strong map coming in from the Hyderabad side, and they have you know, the control of the game. Look at the space control here. They know where the players are coming from, and even if, you know, Bengaluru was very keen to start the proceedings, they got that first kill, but it didn't matter just because the retakes were not good enough.
Yeah, 6-1 for Hyderabad. Losing another buy round for Bengaluru is gonna cost them. But with that lost streak money, they're able to get some buys through. You see a Bulldog and a couple of light shields, meaning they're still lagging a little bit in terms of weaponry, but this will be sufficient as they look to fight back. But now the blinds coming through, the paranoia as well. Bengaluru trying to take big garage control, but one paint shell from Excali just stops them in their tracks. And this boombot, it will not stop Excali out. It will not spot him out at all. So this position by Excali could be huge if Bengaluru decide to go for the push. Now Hyderabad, they're taking mid control, starting to push in the breach with his flash ready. I feel like Bengaluru, they just need to be willing to give up sight and rather play for the retake, because they have their own Rolling Thunder ready, but they're stacking this site instead, waiting for Hyderabad to bring the fight to them, and that's exactly what Hyderabad doing now with having control and the smoke's coming out. In goes Hyderabad, the flash will come out as well. It's Antidote picking up the first kill, even though skills had the surprise, and now Hyderabad able to take it.
You know what I really like about Hyderabad this time? They went in for that kill, but a rotate was coming in from the other side. They had a lot of angles. Even if it was Bengaluru holding those angles, Hyderabad, it was like they knew where everyone was, and they actually sent their players according to that. And the rotation, the pickings were really good, and that has put Hyderabad at a very good advantage. They only lost one, even if, you know, Bengaluru's all the players were well set up for that push. And even if Bengaluru was all ready, they were not able to, you know, make it happen, as Lightning Fast will get once a Cypher is struggling with health. So that can be something to look after. But again, it's a post-plant situation. Hyderabad is looking very strong right now. Even if it's a 3v2, I guess it's going to be Hyderabad going away with another. Rossi waiting for an opportunity to get an exit kill maybe. But, you know, it's again, it's going to be 7-1. And Hyderabad, they are just cruising towards victory. The last game we saw, it was so close. And all of a sudden, the map changes, the meta changes, and the scoreboard changes as well.
Yeah, 7-1. I think the key change that I've been seeing in both the teams is a lot of confidence for Team Hyderabad, especially with the calls coming out for Amaterasu, right? They know exactly what to do, and they're able to push in coordinated. As you said, the approach with multiple angles, able to make sure that there is really no reproach for Bengaluru, and that's what I'm missing from them. I feel like their plays are a bit more individual dependent and not as necessarily dependent on the calls. And when you have that breach, you simply cannot afford it. The breach on the back of it needs to be directing the team to play on the basis the flash, even when you're on the defensive side. And the fact that already you've seen 2 showstoppers from Excali, and I think only 1 from skills. That ult point control, that ult usage, really making sure now Hyderabad with a 6-point lead and with an eco round here, looking for even more, really dominating in this second map. Mid control taken once again. Going to push into B11 once again. They're going to pick up the first blood. This is Hyderabad just brimming and firing on all cylinders.
Now, I guess one of the main reasons that Bengaluru is going a little passive, it's because of the first round loss that they had.
One enemy
Now
remaining.
they know that with every loss right now they are going, away from victory. They are going away from the finals as well, and that pressure, I guess, is building up on them because you look at this Bengaluru team and you look at the the Bengaluru team from the past game. They are looking like two different teams, and Hyderabad also. And with every other round, the confidence that's coming on them, you can see that the kind of push they came with. Every player situated really well. And that push was amazing, and you can already see now Hyderabad's economy is dented, the scoreboard is dented, everything is dented for them. They have already lost the first round as well, so it is not turning out to be a good game. And when the switch happens, even if the when the switch happens after that, Hyderabad, they look very efficient in the pistol round as well. So I'm not sure, even if the switch happens, things will change. And looking at the lead right now, even if things change, to what extent? To this extent, I don't think so.
8-1 on the scoreline. The last round was the eco for Bengaluru, so this is pretty much the last buy round to try and pull it back if they want to get to that what I call the magic number 4 scoreline, a scoreline where you can have a decent foundation to build up on the second half. Because right now, if you allow Hyderabad to win here, I feel like it's just going to end up being a dominating 13-3, 13-2 win for them. You see, Hyderabad, once again, they're taking mid control because they're not being contested for this mid control at all. They're being given mid for free and then allowed to push into the B-Heaven site. It's only SkRossi holding it down, and when there's a 3-man peek at his face, he just ends up going down. Once again, Hyderabad with the mid control, 3 members in garage. They're just going to push into that B side for the place. And Hellfighter, what the hell? Swarmed on both the sides by 2 members of Bengaluru, picks up a double. Hyderabad, once again, with a huge advantage.
I mean, finally,
enemy
someone from
remaining.
Bengaluru stepping up. It's going to be lightning fast going away with a couple, but as soon as he steps up, he will be shut down
30
by
seconds
Amaterasu.
left.
As he'll take one, he'll go for the
Spike
plant as
planted.
well. It has been a quiet performance from Skills and Rossi, I would say, because they were the playmakers in the Haven game. When we had that, Skills and Rossi, they were very consistent. But you can't just, you can't just go on with those 2 players and expect them to fire up every time. It's a complete team performance that gets you victory, and that complete team performance, it's coming from Hyderabad this time. And Bengaluru is nowhere to be seen. We just have 2 more rounds for the switch, but I'm afraid it might just be an 11-1. And at the end of the last round, if you were to ask me what would be the scoreline, even if I was having my worst nightmares, I wouldn't even predict the scoreline.
Yeah, right? Like, given how close map 1 was, I think it's a surprise to everyone, the spectators included. But for Bengaluru, I feel like it's a slippery slope. The more you start doubting yourself, the more you start losing the confidence, the easier it is for you to end up dropping the rounds. You need to be able to just reset your mental, but it's not happening for Bengaluru right now. You can see they're trying their hardest, they are, but the calls, the mind games are reigning supreme for the side of Hyderabad. I've not seen a single Rolling Thunder used from the side of Bengaluru, and like the idea of not having a breach ultimate is just gonna hurt them. Now, once again, Excali, he has his showstopper ready. 3rd showstopper of this attacking round for Hyderabad, meaning literally he's bringing the party. And a similar push whenever they have the showstopper ready. The Omen sets up the paranoia for them to take the ramp's control, a coordinated push into site, and the showstopper to clear out the site, meaning they're able to instantly take over A and use that showstopper to pick up the kill. Excali with 1, he'll end up going down though, but the side control gain for Hyderabad.
If you look at the performances, they are coming in bits and pieces for Bengaluru. HellRangeR, he has been firing up this time. It was Rossi in the first couple of rounds. So I would like to see all those bits and pieces put all together in one round, and maybe then Bengaluru can go with the victory. But it's not turning out like that. Even if it's a 3-3, Hyderabad has been very good with those retakes. I was talking about this Hellfighter takes 1, but the skills coming back to the players, to get rid of one of the players. Antidote will get one as well to guarantee Hyderabad a numbers advantage again for the nth time in this round.
One enemy remaining.
He was going for the diffuse. It was a fake diffuse coming in from him. He will take out Antidote. Now it's down to a 1v1. The Omen. Will he be able to do that? Yes, he will, as he gets that 3k. And no, it's not going to be the round for him. Hyderabad going away with another.
My god,
Last
that was
round before the
so
switch.
close for Bengaluru. hellRangeR with the heroics almost pulled it through. 1v2 finds a kill and then sets up the smokes to go for the defuse, but just runs out. He even did the half defuse before he got the second kill. So for him, it was so damn close, but still a little too far. 10-1 for Hyderabad, and the last round of the first half as they look to secure their 11th with this eco advantage. Bengaluru just not able to find their lead. You can see though, Bengaluru, they have 4 ultimates ready. They have the showstopper, they have the neural theft. So I want to see a coordinated push, try to use those ultimates to get the first kill. And with those ultimates, SkRossi is taking matters into his own hands, pulls out the blade storm, picks up the kill onto Antidote and secures this first blood advantage for Bengaluru. But Hyderabad, they're just absorbing the blow. They're playing it slow and now starting to take mid control, then looking to rotate onto a site. It'll be Hyderabad pushing forward. Bengaluru, they've taken this garage area for themselves, but Hyderabad with this mid side and SkRossi missing the blade storm knives will be able to push in. Now looking to the sewers to look for a rotate onto A, but the discipline still there for Bengaluru. If they can win this round, maybe, just maybe they can pull it back. But it looks like a very difficult setup. They're going to go for that garage push though. The crossfire is set up. This might be disaster for Hyderabad.
8-point lead. That's going to be tough, even if they win this one. But let's see what happens as KappA will try to move in. A lot of angles have been held by the team Hyderabad as well. I can already see the Cypher trying to rotate completely towards this side. It's going to be a B plant, but the time is running out. They have to commit, and yes, the commitment actually won't work in their favor as KappA. He's standing at the wall right now. He'll get one, will he get another as the utility is being drawn out from both the sides. KappA, as we talked about that, a lot of utilities will come through. A lot of ults will be used by the Bengaluru side this time, and maybe this might just be the round they are going to go away with. The breach, if you talk about him, he's having the spike right now. Will he go for the plant? Time is running out here, and Bengaluru side, they still have
Last
two
player
running.
standing.
Spike initiation has come.
One enemy
Will
remaining.
do so. The player will come in, and Amaterasu will get that kill, and it's going to be the defenders finally going away with another round. So it's 10-2
Switching
after the
sides.
first half. It's going to be tough and tough and tough. It's the toughest it can get for Bengaluru right now. It was very good game if you talk about Heaven, but right now this is not the place where Bengaluru and their fans would want to be in.
Yeah, definitely. But winning this last round will get some confidence back for them. You'll give some morale to them, and hopefully with that momentum, they can start pushing forward. There can be no mistakes. Every single mistake they make is going to cost them heavily, because now they're on the attack. They need to make sure to start with the pistol round, get the anti-eco, and then push back through the first buy. Pick up back-to-back rounds to be able to claw back this huge advantage that Hyderabad have accumulated for themselves. But for Hyderabad, you see very interesting buys. 4 classics and 4 light shields, meaning they're going for the duels, trying to be a more tier individual, and then use the classic to end up winning it. Bengaluru going for the push, but the trap fire with the Cypher cage combo, meaning Hellfighter with the first blood. Lightning fast with the trade, but Excali there to find another, and the trade's going all around. It's Bengaluru able to secure the lead. They will be able to also secure the side here. Excali, he's holding it out. Excali, what the hell, picks up the triple. Clean headshots with just the classic. That was amazing.
It was amazing from Hyderabad, and with every round they are inching closer towards victory. That was another good game coming in from Hyderabad. And Bengaluru, they are certainly struggling right now. I mean, this scoreline, it's going to give them nightmares. Those were a lot of shots to get rid of one player from both the sides, and it was amazing to see that from both the sides. Anyways, it's down to 11-2 after 13 rounds we have seen. I feel for Bengaluru fans right now. They were very close to victory in the first game. So just 2 rounds, it would have taken just 1 round after that to win it. They lost it from there, and now 11-2 scoreline, that's going to hurt. But I hope that they use this as a confidence thing in the next round, that yes, we are going to come back strongly. Yes, we went down, but we still have the confidence. We know we can do it, because we saw that in the first round. So yeah, I would really expect that comeback coming in from them. But right now, I don't think the comeback is going to come in specifically in this round on split. We'll have to wait for the third map right now. But again, Excali will try to move it, and it will be trying to get one enemy coming in the retake, but it's all Excali on that kill feed. Amaterasu will get one as well. hellRangeR, he will try to put up a fight, but that try will remain as a try, because Hyderabad is going to go away with another.
You see, Hyderabad, they expected this. You see it on the replay. All of them grouping around the edges of that mid area, near the vents and the B heaven, expecting seeing an eco rush from Bengaluru into the mid. The paranoia from the side of Hyderabad right to ace on point allows Excali to just go in all guns blazing, destroy Bengaluru, pick up the match point for themselves. Damn, that prediction was absolutely insane. Gets the match point for them. And now looking for their second map in this series is Hyderabad. Now for Bengaluru, the ops have come out, the buys as well. So they need to fight back with this round. For Hyderabad, once again, you can see that they're trying to hold it down. This is the key difference between Hyderabad on defense and what I was seeing from Bengaluru. Hyderabad, they're being proactive. They're trying to take mid control, denying the attackers from being able to dictate the pace, and that's what is getting them such big advantages.
You can already see Hyderabad, how much they have moved, and they are completely trying to choke those entry points, and that's giving them the first picks. And again, that's happening with I guess it was right to us getting that first kill. Lightning fast, he will come back with one, but it's not working out for them. It's down to 4v4. Raze is carrying the spike. He'll try to move in Bengaluru. They were not able to replicate what Hyderabad is doing right now on the defense. They were good on attack. They are good on defense as well as Hellfighter. There are a couple of players coming in, but HellRangeR, he will take down Hellfighter. It's down to a 2v3. Bengaluru finally having the numbers advantage, but the clock is running out. They have the B control, and I guess they are going to go for the plant. But will Hyderabad commit? I would like to see the commitment.
30 seconds
Yeah, the
left.
spike initiation has been done. Spike planted, and yes, they are going for it. Amaterasu is all ready for a clutch here. Will that 2v3 happen? That still remains a question. A peek coming through, but Amaterasu will miss a few of his shots. Bengaluru not exposing themselves too much. It still can go back,
player
can go
standing.
any side. It's going to be HellRangeR starting the proceedings on Amaterasu. So finally, Bengaluru picking up another round.
Yeah, really important round for Bengaluru too. But Antidote, he just goes for the save, picks up the operator on the back end, and now is going to look to use the operator to, I expect, either go for an aggressive peek down towards that B garage area or hold down mid. So we'll see if they can pull it through. But a really important round for Bengaluru. The fact that they're able to win it means that now, with that confidence and the eco, they can start trying to push in. This next round will end up being either an eco or a force buy for Hyderabad. So Hyderabad will be put into a sticky situation. We'll see what they do end up deciding. Now, what I want to see more from Bengaluru is that sort of confidence, being able to rush a site really fast with that coordination. It gives you a boost in morale and belief in your abilities, and that is what is key to them being the players that we know them to be, those top tier, top class players. Now with the Omen, the way they set up, we've seen this push previously from Hyderabad. This time it's going to be Bengaluru executing it. It's going to be ramp control and an A-side push, but a 3-man stack by Hyderabad down at A side might just stop it in its tracks. I think Hyderabad, they're expecting this. The way Amaterasu is set up, I'm expecting a breach flash followed by an Excali push. So let's see which team is able to use that strat to perfection. Excali with the push and the paranoia. Excali with the double kill. The setups for Hyderabad are naughty. Just absolutely naughty.
The execution, it's so good coming in from Hyderabad. They thought the plan and they went for it, and it worked to perfection, as it's going to be Rossi coming up with one of his own.
enemy
But
remaining.
right to he's ready. He will get a 2k, will he get a 3k? Yes, he will.
Defenders
As it's going to be Hellfighter picking up the last kill. But it was amazing coming in from Hyderabad. What a performance! I mean, it was all Hyderabad. We saw some little moments coming in from Bengaluru as well, but it was down to that only. It was all Hyderabad throughout the game. Amazingly well executed. All the plannings, even if they were on the attacker side, they knew what they need to do. On the defenders, they were too good. They were playing really aggressively, and everything worked out for them. And Bengaluru, they were struggling throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, the way Hyderabad, we talked about in the caster deck, like how important it was going to be for the IGLs to step up in this match, considering the same composition and like a very similar playing ground for both the teams. Amaterasu, with his setups and his calls, able to just continuously predict and play mind games with Bengaluru. Like, you have to wonder, does this just destroy their mental altogether? Because he played them like a fiddle.
I mean, I did not expect to be back this soon, to be fair. And split, I mean, no contention. I mean, 3 rounds, I get it, they count, but do they really count? It's going to be Hyderabad already up 2-0, and we've barely made any progress since the first map. And just looking at Excali and Hellfire, I mean, the whole team of Hyderabad just go at it. It was it was almost like there was a no-show from Bangalore, and I don't know how that is possible, but I mean, great game. Look at that econ rating 109. How do you do that, Mr. Excali? Please let us know.
I mean, Excali was amazing throughout the game, and it was just that the confidence that came in with the first few rounds, with Bengaluru winning the first few. I mean, Hyderabad winning the first few rounds. The Bengaluru side, they were completely dented, and there was a lot of passiveness coming in from them. I mean, if you look at the first half, they were going for a lot of saves. They were going for a lot of they had that economy scare in their mind, and I guess that got the better of them. You could already see that, and when they lost the first half so badly, it actually completely dented their confidence and their performance as well. This is not the Bengaluru side that we saw in the last game. Skills, I mean, did we even talk about skills in the complete game? He was nowhere to be seen. Then you talk about Rossi. He did step up a couple of times, but you want him to do a lot more just because of the kind of player he is. Even if he does a lot, we expect more from him. That's the kind of player he is. That's how high the bar he has set for himself. hellRangeR, he was particularly good, but not good enough for his team to go over the line. It was amazing performance from Hyderabad. You talk about anything, defense, attack, the control, the side control, the map control, the space control, everything was top notch coming in from the Hyderabad side.
I mean, I think we really can't look at the individual players because this was thoroughly and entirely a team win. In the regard that it was the ideas were there for Bengaluru. They were trying to execute the same way as Hyderabad did. Even in that last round, we saw the Omen set up in the sewers, try to get the paranoia into that ramp control and A side control. But it's the prediction. Hyderabad, they're like, you know what? We think you're going to do this. We have the showstopper ready. Use that paranoia to just blind all of the attackers and Excali with the perfect satchel execution. That the number of kills he's gotten with the showstopper, so important because he just stops them in their tracks, puts the fire in the right hole every single time. And I mean, I'm just in awe of the brain you have to be able to predict those plays and also make sure the coordination and the execution right. Because while the ideas were there for Bengaluru, when we saw the same ramp push come out for Hyderabad, it was instantaneous. As soon as the round started, the paranoia would come out, the satchel packs would come out, the dash would come out, and in a second, they would have that heaven control. That second missing for Bengaluru just ended up costing them a lot.
I I honestly feel that the I mean, you were saying that Haven is not the best map that Bangalore has, and Split is, one of the maps that they love to, play on. But I mean, how do you go from liking a map
Yeah.
to get? I mean, either it can be that Bangalore was not prepared for Hyderabad to do this, but how do you not be prepared for such a big margin of defeat? I mean, how do you just I can't understand. I don't have words to explain the scoreline. There is honestly no way that I can comprehend that a team that comes so well prepared for a map that they are the weakest on, which is Haven, and then get completely blindsided by the aggressive plays, the setups, the I mean, there was everything. This was a perfect map that came in from Hyderabad. And that is what I was scared about. That if Haven is or Bind was going to be the first map that was played, then we could be seeing a chance for Bangalore to take it, which was there for Bangalore. The chance was there for Bangalore to take that chance. But Split coming in, I already believed that it was going to be a map that would go to Hyderabad. But I'm honestly surprised that this was not even one-sided. This was basically a no-show from Bangalore. And I mean, what?
That was amazing coming in from the Hyderabad side. And actually, if you talk about the plays, Hyderabad was completely aggressive, and Bengaluru, it was like they were completely passive. So it was suiting the Hyderabad play as well. What Hyderabad was trying to do, Bengaluru was complementing it with their play. So that actually merged in, and that is why we have this kind of scoreline. If Bengaluru, if they would have gone a little bit more aggressive, then we might have seen a different result altogether. Yeah, Hyderabad is strong, we know that, but Bengaluru, they are a very very good team, and this score line, it doesn't represent that. So I kind of feel sad for them, but I expect a comeback going on to the third game.
I really do think that the comms just broke down for Bengaluru
Yeah.
entirely. Like after this second by round win, I feel like the comms just entirely broke down because even if they were communicating to each other, the millisecond gap between listening and executing, it was very obvious. And that sort of comms breakdown is what I feel like ended up costing them this match. We have to remember this is still a best of 5, right? So a reverse sweep still on the cards. Bengaluru, all they just need to do is reset their mental, just forget the first two maps ever happened, forget everything ever happened. Now treat it like a best of 3. You have to win it 3-0, and there is no other way around it. That's the only way for Bengaluru to come back, because Hyderabad, after a 13-3 win and an insane comeback on map 2, they're just going to be like, let's get map 3 over with really quick. Let's get this series. We want to get to the finals right now.
I mean, at this point, they're basically two-thirds of the way there. They need to take 3 maps to guarantee themselves. I mean, what guarantee? They need 3 maps to take themselves to the finals. They've already done the tough part. They've already picked up the 2 maps. Now, yes, it's still a best of 5, which means that there is still the chance for Team Bangalore to come back and come back strong. Because if that comeback does happen, then it's going to be tough for Team Hyderabad to keep their calm, keep their head in the game, keep thinking straight, and take the 5th map. But if Bangalore does not get their head back in the game, this is going to be a difficult one for them. And especially, at least from what I feel, the fact that their strongest map, or at least the map that they have previously beaten this team of Hyderabad, is going to be Bind, which is the 4th map, which means they need to win Ascent in order to get to a map and possibly make that reverse sweep happen. And Ascent, that is also a very strong map for Team Hyderabad. So, and the last time they came here, it was a 13-6 for Hyderabad. So, can that happen? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to look forward to that. But it doesn't matter which map it is. The kind of confidence that Hyderabad is carrying right now, and the way they have outplayed and outsmarted Bangalore side completely. I mean, the confidence and morale on the Bangalore side, it's going to take a big dip right now. And I would really like the IGL to fire them up for the third game, because execution planning, it's a different thing, but you also need the kind of mentality to win. And I didn't see that in the second round. It was completely, they were completely outclassed by the Hyderabad side. And we know how strong Bangalore is. We know that on a given day they can beat any team, but it was just all out today. It was not working for them. So I think they've got a hit onto their morale and confidence. So let's see if that boost comes in the third round, and if they can go in with a victory, they might turn things over, because there still is a chance for Bengaluru to make a comeback. It's still a best of 5. You have earned a spot in the best of 5 game by playing so well throughout the tournament. It's the semi-finals. You get 5 games to prove yourselves. You lose the first 2, you still have a chance. Let's see if Bengaluru can actually redeem that chance and move into the finals that's going to come in.
Yeah, I think especially on Ascent, as Dr. Dong said, right? If you win Ascent, you go into Bind thinking that, hey, just in this tournament previously, we've beaten them on Bind. So you get not just the confidence of winning a map, but also knowing that we can beat them again to set themselves up. So Bengaluru, they just need to look towards Ascent, because coming on to Ascent, it's going to be the triple duelist lineup back for Hyderabad. And we saw like how powerful it is for them with Excali on that triple duelist. Excali, he's been on form with map 1 and map 2, and I'm just looking forward to see if he just completely runs over them in map 3.
Well, so we will be taking a short break, as you know, actually, you'll have a short interview along with Team Velocity on your screens, which is going to be Team Hyderabad. So they're leading the charge right now. And, you can take a sneak peek into how it is to be at the top of your game and take on teams like Team Bangalore. So till that time, you can see that interview. We'll be back with the map of Ascent.
These are the full-size maps which we use to review the gameplay and our Skyesports trophies. One more coming, stay tuned for that. So Velocity Gaming started in 2019, and we picked up Team Vertigo in the year 20 August. Since then, we have been dominating the scene of Valorant in India. We are currently ranked number 1 in India and number 2 in APAC region for this game. I think you should watch out for Excali and Antidote for this Sky event.
Let's go! Guys, victory! So hey guys, my name is Karan Maswarka. My in-game nick is Excali and I play for team Velocity Gaming. And my role in this team is entry fragging. Duelist भी बोल सकते हो आप, क्योंकि CS जैसा इसमें है नहीं Valorant में entry fragging वाला रोल. इसमें duelist और controller के agents खेलता हूँ मैं गेम में. Right now I would say कि we are just preparing उतना जो PvP इवेंट है हम लोग का वही मेन फोकस है उसके लिए स्पेशली अन्ना ने पूरा बूट कैम्प 20 डेज में पूरा रेडी किया है. ये वाला मतलब दिस इज द बेस्ट बूट कैम्प आई हैव सीन, क्योंकि इसके पहले आई हैव अटेंडेड 2 to 3 अलग-अलग बूट कैम्प.
Hello everyone, my name is Sabyasachi Bose. My in-game nick is Antidote. I am from the city of Joy, Kolkata, and I play Valorant for Team Velocity Gaming. My in-game role is I am the primary sniper of the team. I think every team is good. Like on their particular day, any team can become the best. But for us, we are concentrating on ourselves, and we think if we play bad, then we can lose a tournament or a match. Other than that, I don't think anybody right now can beat us. So every team has some weak points as strong points and weak points. So the boot camp is to make minimal mistakes which we are making in game. So boot camp is helping us to understand the game better. Like my teammates sitting next to each other and helping each other out in the situation, in the chaos moments. So yeah, that is helping. Like the LAN atmosphere we are getting, that is helping in game.
Hey guys, my name is Tejas Sawant. My in-game nick is Right to Ace and I play for Velocity Gaming. I'm happy that in the Act 2 of Valorant, I am on the 73rd leaderboard in the APAC region. Normally I don't play that many ranked games, but whenever I do, I like to stream the games so the viewers and my fans, they enjoy and learn. And that's my only goal while playing Valorant. So I improve and I try to make my experience be a learning curve for my viewers and my fans. And of course, it's not like very hard. If you put in the hours, the hard work, I think you can reach in the top 100 APAC leaderboards.
Hi, this is Amaterasu Sharma and I am the in-game leader of Velocity Gaming. Yes, we have put a lot of hours and hours to our practice. We have been doing this since a month right now of the boot camp, and for Indian servers, yes, definitely they have helped us to showcase our A+ game, because on Singapore servers, the input lag and the lag issues you have when you play on those servers. Mumbai servers, the shooting issues, everything is completely fine.
Hi, my name is Shagnik Roy, also known as hellff. I play the Sentinel role in Team Velocity Gaming. We have been practicing very much because it's almost a 1 month we have been practicing, and we are practicing and taking breaks in between. We are not over practicing or anything, and I think it's in our practice also it's showing the improvement which we are doing in game.
This is me, Adarsh Singh. I go by the name of Euphoria and I manage Velocity Gaming. Velocity Gaming, yes. Velocity Gaming has been an amazing journey. Like it's like a dream come true for anyone right now in India. So me sitting here right now managing the best team in India is so far the best experience, I would say.
इसमें एक दीवार आएगा. इसमें एक दीवार गलती से एंटी और इसका माउस सेम हुआ एंड ये सबका माउस दे दिया. एंटी पैर कर रहा.
Academy is something of a dream project what we have. Esports as a culture is social stigma in India right now, which we're trying to break. Most of the players who are upcoming stars in India are in the dark. Like they don't know what esports career looks like, what an organization looks for from a player, how a player should approach an organization. So the Academy is a stepping stone for all the upcoming esports players in India to come here, experience what we do in this place and understand how an esports organization works. I told my boys nothing less than #1 would do for us. We are Velocity Gaming. We are number one. We'll always be number one. Great initiative by Skyesports. Hats off to them, and also Riot for giving them the permission to do it. Something like this is what we as owners look forward to. And city versus city, something, you know, it gives us a little more edge. We've been playing tournaments which focus something like, you know, team versus team, but now you're talking about, you know, my home city versus someone else's home city. So it's like you're fighting for your territory kind of a thing. So it's a great thing, and I love about that. So all the best to all the teams taking part in this tournament. We've already got 2 cups. We're waiting for the 3rd one. So one word to all the teams representing in my mother tongue. Samaraniki means Siddhamu. Meeru Siddhama. Good game, boys. We are VLD. We are VLD. We are VLD. Thank you so much. Bye.
The moment of creation is a form of magic, where an off becomes an on, a 0 becomes a 1, then another, and another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as this is me, Dr. Dang, along with CA as well as Thinker, as we welcome you all to AMD Ryzen 5000 series presents Skyesports League 2020, powered by WD Black. And what a series of 2 games has this been for all the fans of Team Hyderabad. I mean, not so much for Team Bangalore, but if you are a Team Hyderabad fan, you've definitely had a lot of fun in this stream till now, because first map was a comeback that Hyderabad completed, almost losing it out on Haven and coming back and winning it 15-13. It went to overtime, yes it did, and then the map of Split, that is a different story altogether. 13-3. Did you expect that second number, CA or Dinkar? I absolutely did not.
I did not. I honestly did not. I was expecting another overtime to come out because for me, I've always, this particular team of Bangalore, I've always seen them very confident on Split, and I've always seen KappA step up with his plays. I felt like the breach was just completely missing for Bangalore, and Hyderabad, it wasn't just that Bangalore weren't that good, it was that Hyderabad were doubly as good as normal. They were perfect with their plays on point, and it just ended up being a dominant show for them.
Yeah, it was, I mean, dominant, it would be the least to say, just because, the kind of performance that was put in. 13-3, and that too against a team like Bengaluru. It goes on to show you what kind of a show was put on by Hyderabad. And if they can, even if they do half of that in the first half right now, I mean, you have no. Let's be Bengaluru for a little bit. You have already lost 2 rounds. It's a do or die situation for you, and things don't start too well for you. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. So I really want Bengaluru, even if they are on the defender side, I really want them to step up, because the it's actually Hyderabad on the defender side. I'm sorry for that. So let's see how that works out for them, and if they can change the things, because if they don't get things up and running for them in the first half itself, I don't think they can come back in the second half, because it's already a do or die situation. You need to start well to maybe get a better ending, or to maybe get a good ending as well. But right now, things, the confidence boost, the kind of the play Hyderabad is playing right now, it doesn't matter if they're on the attack or on the defenders. We saw what they can do, the kind of mood they are in right now, the kind of the play they are going in with, and the kind of mindset they have. It doesn't matter what round they are playing. It doesn't matter if it's a match point. The strategy is same, the execution is same. Go all in, whatever you have in mind, execute it well. Perfect execution coming through. And whenever your plan comes through, whenever your execution is that perfect, you'll always get the result in your favor. And that worked out in Hyderabad's favor this time.
I mean, it clearly went in Hyderabad's flavor. So I was about to say flavor. My bad. It was favor. But you know what? I think that Split is not a good. I mean, it was not a good map for Bangalore, yes, but it is also not a good indication of what we can expect from Bangalore going through to Ascent, because it may be a good or bad map for Bangalore, that is debatable, but we know for a fact that it is a very good map for Team Hyderabad. So if one team clearly is getting favored on a map, it could just be down to the day, because we might see another day where Hyderabad might just be able to win with a 13-8, or they might even lose on another day, possibly going to overtime. We are not we don't know what could happen on a different day. What has happened for Team Hyderabad and Bangalore has already happened. So Bangalore losing that 13-3, I think they just need to delete that memory from their mind as far as this game goes, because they'll definitely need to come back to it and figure out what they can improve and what they can't and what they need to change. But talking about what we saw from Bangalore what we need to see from Bangalore going forward, that is going to be that they forget the map of Split. They completely, it's like the map did not happen, and then just focus everything that they have on Ascent.
Now, we're going to see the triple duelist coming out for the side of Hyderabad here. You can already see it locked in. Don't mind Antidote, he's just going to debate me every single time. But for Bengaluru, a really interesting setup here. I'm expecting that Killjoy to get locked in. And with the Phoenix and Raze, what this means is that they're looking for a much more aggressive playstyle, not relying on their operator as much, rather looking to find the angles on the basis of their pushes. I don't think this is going to be a lightning fast breach, but I might just be surprised. But like for me, what I would like to see is just like more sort of proactivity from Bangalore. Just get that confidence back in yourself by believing in your plays. And the best way for them to do that is by starting on the attacking side. They have the push in this third map. If they can just get a nice lead going in the attacking half, really force the hand away from Hyderabad, then they're in that perfect situation. Because for Hyderabad, with a triple duelist composition, when they go on to attacking, it's going to be all guns blazing.
Yeah, and actually, with that kind of play, we actually talked about this when they have the triple duelist factor coming in, and that worked out in their favor in Haven as well. So I guess that's going to come out here as well. So Bengaluru, if they want to win this one, they need to have a very decisive lead, very strong lead coming into this game.
I mean, for Bangalore, this is definitely going to be a map where they'll have to show us that they have something with like going for them, because till now the only time that we saw we saw anything coming in from the side of Team Bangalore, it was on the map of Haven, and that's been quite a while back. Even when we were in the closing stages of that game, it was Hyderabad asking the questions and Bangalore not having answers. And since then, on Split, it was basically like a question paper, which was you had a maths exam and you came in studying English, and that is exactly what happened with Team Bangalore on Split. But that is the past. They cannot do anything to change that. But what they can do is focus on the test that is coming up on Ascent. And if they're able to give this one quick, Bind is definitely going to be a map that will favor Bangalore. And if they can win this Ascent out, it will do two things. It might take us to a fifth. It will most probably take us to a fifth map, because Bind is going to be a map that will favor Team Bangalore a lot more than what we have seen Team Hyderabad do on bind, but not to mention that the fifth map is going to be Ascent as well. So they'll have that little bit of extra confidence taking gunfights once they are back on this map, because this is where it would have started. But for that, they'll have to take this map first.
Yeah, they need to be able to pull off this map. Now, I do think we're seeing a small technical difficulty, but that's okay because it gives us a bit more time, having seen the compositions, to really talk about what we can expect from either team. And something to talk about is this Phoenix and Raze that you see picked up for Bengaluru. Usually, we pretty much always see the Jet on Ascent. Many even like to call Ascent the Jet's playground because of the many high walls set up across the map and the ability of the Jet to use that double up draft to deny those walls altogether, find those long range battles in her favor. And the fact that they're not picked up the Jet for Bengaluru, it tells me that for them it's all about the A main control and B main control, trying to take the control towards the sites themselves rather than going for the mid control. I personally advocate for a lot, and this sort of innovative different approach I think is going to be very important to a potential comeback on the cards for Bengaluru. They need to surprise Hyderabad here, because playing standard will just mean playing into Hyderabad's hands, doing something that they're very much expecting and allowing them to adapt in the moment. A surprise for Bengaluru is the best way forward for them, and I'm excited to see what they have in the table, and especially excited to see how SkRossi shapes up on this race. We pretty much always see him on the Jet, so now that he's shifting onto a different agent with a bit more utility in his hands and a bit more explosives, maybe he can make a bank.
And yeah, and they'll need, more of skills in this one as well, because skills was completely switched off in the last game, so that's going to matter. Let's see if that works out for them. And on top of that, if Bengaluru can surprise Hyderabad, we talked about this, then it will be good. I would really like to see a more aggressive Bengaluru this time, because in the last round, Bengaluru was nowhere to be seen. They were going passive from the get go, from the starting only. Even when when it was pistol round, they were going for those if side controls, and then it was all Hyderabad going away with those kills. And then when the full buy came in, even then I was looking at Bengaluru, and they were going a lot passive. And when you go passive against a team like Hyderabad, that actually forces them to be a lot more confident. They are already very confident, but when they see that the other team is going on the back foot, they just ram in completely, and they completely annihilate you. That's what happened in the last game. So I hope that doesn't happen in this one, and for that, I guess Bengaluru needs to play a lot more aggressive and on the offense to make any kind of difference to the scoreline than what we saw in the last game.
I think that playing aggressive could be a double-edged sword for Bangalore, because if they start off aggressive, the way we saw Haven started off by Team Hyderabad, mid-round is going to be where they'll need to make a tough decision whether the aggression is going to be paying off or is it going to be hurting them a lot. Because in the start of Haven, Hyderabad started off really aggressive. They were ready to take those gunfights even on defense. They were pushing out sometimes even as far from B to window to take those gunfights, but it didn't work out for them. They toned down the aggression, and then they got aggression back in spikes, and that was in spikes, as in not the spike that needs to be planted, but in spikes and bouts of aggression. And I think that is one smart thing that Hyderabad did on Haven. If they had not done that, we would have seen Bangalore play a very passive game, make sure that the peaks would come in from the side of players from Hyderabad, and then just click heads, and that would be a easy round for them.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's not just about the idea of finding the proactivity and the aggression. It's just about making sure that you're able to do that in small bouts to keep your opponent on edge. If you do the same playstyle throughout a particular map, you end up leaving yourself complacent, and you leave room for the other team to start understanding what you're likely to do and punishing you for it. So for Bengaluru, I just want to see them be proactive. I don't mind if they choose to be proactive by taking small control across the map. Like you can push in slowly through mid control, get that catwalk area for yourself, but then hold on for there for 45 seconds and then go for that execute towards the latter half of the round. As long as Bengaluru are dictating the pace of that round, I think I will be happy with that, because I think for them, the more and more they play reactive, the lesser and lesser their confidence is going to be given the way the second map went. If they're able to be proactive in the first half, get that confidence back, and then go on to their own defense side, it allows them to be a bit more reactive, do what they did, as you said, in Haven, just wait for Hyderabad to come to them. Because the one similar thing between Haven and here is Hyderabad's composition in that triple duelist lineup. So we expect Hyderabad to be aggressive like they like doing, take the areas of control naturally. So if Bengaluru can start it off well and then switch accordingly to suit Hyderabad's playstyle and find the punish at the right moment, maybe you see a comeback on the cards.
If you talk about split specifically, when actually Hyderabad, Bangalore was on the defender side, we have seen how much of of importance mid control is, but there was no mid control coming in from the Bangalore side. They went on for the side control, and when actually Hyderabad tried to move in with that mid, they started with those first picks, and that allowed for an easy victory for Hyderabad. In all the rounds that they won, they had the complete mid control. Then they committed to one of the sides, and when they had the initial kills starting up and running for them, that actually eased the way for them to get a lot of rounds. And even when Hyderabad, when they knew that what is happening here, when Bengaluru is going for all for those side controls, and when they have completely situated themselves at that side, that complete rotation coming in from the Hyderabad side, that was too good. And even when Bengaluru was all set up at the side, it didn't work out for them. Hyderabad was just too good with that gunpowder as well.
I mean, that will be something that we'll have to see as we finally make our way into this map of Ascent, the floating rock in the sky. This is going to be a great one. And honestly, I don't know about you guys, but I predict that Bangalore is going to come back strong. But will it happen is something that we'll have to wait and watch. His Antidote, he will get spotted by the recon dart. He will make a fallback. But the Sova is also getting pinged, I believe, from the owl drone that came in from the side of Team Hyderabad. So that is going to be what it is. But this looks like to be a tree push as the Raze is going to break smoke cover. Hellfighter knows exactly what is going to be happening. A paranoia. This is the perfect use of utility. The Raze is going to fall. He will not take any damage to that paint shell, as SkRossi will have to wait and watch for the second round to be played to do anything with his teammates.
Beautiful. Right to pick up first blood, second and the third. All on point with this Omen, giving Hyderabad a huge lead. HellRangeR, he found a trade but ends up going down himself, meaning KappA last man standing for Bengaluru, and with not much agency in where he can go, meaning he just goes down, and a free gun for Amaterasu to boot. That's Hyderabad starting off as strong as they ended map 2. So you can see that for Hyderabad, this is all about like making sure that they react on time to what Bangalore tried to do. And Bangalore, they made the proactive play. They tried to get that catwalk control, but being in the hands of that paranoia, not pushing in, meant that Hellfighter just able to control how the entire round went.
I mean, Hellfighter played that to perfection. He knew exactly what happened the second that peak came in from the side of the, I believe the Raze, the second he broke smoke cover. And then after that, it was just his utility that made sure that the kill was going in his favor, as so is Excali. He'll drop a lot of utility. Now his position is going to get called out. So this is going to be a tough one for him to get out of. But looks like there is cover from his team as the smoke is going to get dropped, and he'll get one before KappA is finally going to get that trade. But Skills as well as his teammate already off the board. That is going to be two of your duelists, or in fact all of your duelists off the board, SkRossi as well as Skills. And this is a good start to the round for Team Hyderabad.
Really nice start, but it's for Hyderabad with the anti-eco. They will be able to just looking to push through. So Bangalore is just about trying to get some damage done. They brought down one member so far. Sorry, they brought down a couple members so far. But if they can do a bit more damage, get those specters in their hands, they could set themselves up for a really nice buy round. Force Hyderabad to invest with them. Now you can see Hyderabad Hellfighter holding it down with Antidote. Picks up one. Now pulling out his pistol. Will be backed up by Antidote to get another. Damn. I mean, Hellfighter, we usually see him playing Sentinels, right? Even when he switches to the controller, you can still see that the idea of the role in his team, the Sentinel plays to be able to hold down that site perfectly, not going down at all throughout that round. Lightning fast with the bunny jumps trying to take him out. Didn't get anything through. That's the round win for Hyderabad, and now going into the next, it will be the op coming out for Antidote.
I mean, no shield though. So, any bullet to the head except from a classic, I believe, or a Spectre even, is going to be the end of him. But the op is going to be facing the player trying to do that, and that is a scary proposition to say the least. And honestly, coming back to what you were saying about Hellfighter, I agree that despite being on controller and not on a center, oh, this seems like Hyderabad has taken their aggression to the next level, and it has not paid off. But yes,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
yeah.
coming back to Hellfighter being the kind of sentinel player, it is very important to have that, because if you do not have a player like that, it does not matter whether you're a Phoenix or a Raze or even a Rena and you're playing that role, because it is very important to hold on to sight. As it looks like, we'll be leaving you with 1v4. There you go. Hellfighter's gonna pick one up.
Hellfighter is on form, though, but as you were saying, right, the unnecessary aggression, I think, from Hyderabad, I think they were trying to catch Bangalore by surprise, use the fact that they had the Spectres to bring the fight to a close range battle rather than a long range battle where the Vandal or Phantom may be better than the Spectre, and they just ended up paying the price for it. Lightning fast with the help of his utility, his turret really coming up huge. They're fixing up that double. Now Hellfighter, he got to double kill, but will not be able to do much. Instead, just goes for the op save, and this will be important because now that he's got the op save, considering that most of Hyderabad didn't really invest in the next round, they can go for buys in this. So Hellfighter, he needs to make sure he doesn't end up dying though, because you can see now the hunt coming through for Bengaluru. It is hellRangeR on that Omen, trying to figure out exactly where his counterpart went, trying to take him down. Will go for the push here. And while this doesn't really matter as much of the round, it's very necessary to opt to be saved. The paranoia comes through but won't tag Hellfighter, just gives away the position of hellRangeR's positioning, and in the battle of the Hell Bureaus, it's Hellfighter coming out on top. But it's Bengaluru with the round win, and that gives them some round to keep trying to pull it back.
I mean, yes, they will still be having the credits to, recover from the damage that they incurred from hellRangeR falling for that op. I mean, the need for the push was there, so they did that, and they do have the credits to recover from it. But at the same time, I feel that the op getting saved is a much bigger deal for Team Hyderabad, because now they do have a lot more money to work with, and that allows them to, kind of play this a little bit with a little bit lesser pressure, because now they do not have to face the fact that, we don't have the money, we might be going in for a Nico. It's more like, we lost that round, cool, but now we have our own full buy, and now we can show them what we can actually do with this.
Yeah, now full buys for both the teams here. This round crucial to either the team's economy. You saw the lockdown likely gonna come through here, because the way they're all stacking into this B main, and yeah, you see the lockdown coming through. A really nice position to make sure all of side control just denied to Hyderabad instantly. The only available peak lines are going to be smoked out, which is Market and CT. And in goes Bengaluru for this B side control. But the paranoia coming out as they try to peek will be denied by the volley, but Hellfighter, he's going for it. The lockdown is over, and Hellfighter, he picks up that first kill. KappA with the return, the meaning now it's 4v4, and the running back denied the kills as Hyderabad look to push in. SkRossi will hold it down and secure this advantage of Bengaluru, but they're not able to get in the post plants, and Hyderabad is here ready for the retake. Excali pushing in, he'll get one, and now with 3v3, it's just Excali clearing out all the corners, looking to get the push in. All the three duelists alive for Hyderabad, looking to find as much as they can, but Bengaluru is trying to take it for time, not willing to peek unnecessarily, will pay off for them. Skills, he gets one, and now an advantage for Bengaluru. Excali and Amaterasu, they want to go for the retake. They don't really have much information, and without that information, Excali just ends up being taken down, leaving Amaterasu solo sit in this 1v3, 1v2 fight. Very hard for him to clutch out this round. Will find one headshot. It was close, but not close enough, as the op goes down, and so does Hyderabad's Bengaluru, equalizing the scoreline.
I mean, that was pretty close for, they had them by the teeth. It's just a matter of a few peaks here and there that Bangalore was able to win out. And at the end of the day, that is the difference between two teams of this caliber. I mean, we spoke about this on the caster deck as well, that you know, the comms, the aim, everything is going to be mattering right now, as it looks like an eco round is going to be forced upon Team Hyderabad. And honestly speaking, I actually have a feeling that Bangalore does have what it takes to take down this team of Hyderabad on ascent, and we have seen some bouts. And you know, we have seen some of those, we can say, small sneak peeks into what Bangalore is bringing to the table. There you go, that is going to be 3 quick kills, as Bangalore will assert dominance on attack right now.
Yeah, we've definitely seen the potential of Bangalore, and you see that right here, right? In this eco round for Hyderabad, the fact that they've not lost a single gun, Bangalore, meaning that they're able to like set themselves for a potential flawless, only right to ace left, and he can't really go for the save. I think he's just looking for some lurking members of Bangalore, but all of Bangalore they're towards is mid B area, and with the recon bolt coming out for them, they'll know that the mid side completely empty and still start going for the push from there. Right to ace, he did get spotted out there, and that's all the information Bangalore needs. Right to ace is in garden, in they go to this B side, will look to get the spike planted. Now right to ace, I doubt he's thinking about winning this round. For him, it's just about trying to get a gun through, maybe go for the save, or do as much damage as he can. He doesn't really want to end up living this round with just the sheriff, so he will go for the duels. He'll win one of the duels, takes down lightning fast, but will get traded out by KappA. That's the lead taken by Bengaluru, and a very clean round.
I mean, yes, agreed, a very clean round, but at the same time, I feel that Team Hyderabad, they again overextended themselves. They tried to cover too much of the map. They tried to hold on to too much of the map than was practically needed for them to keep side control. And I don't know, maybe a retake strategy could have been better. But looking at the scoreboard, there is 2 ultimates that are there, as KappA and hellRangeR have their own ultimates, while at least 3 players, Excali, Antidote, as well as Amaterasu, have their own on the side of Team Hyderabad. And there you go. What? Excali, what? What was... He didn't shoot. Why? Just...
A bit of a misclick there, I think, from Excali. I guess it happens, but a costly one, because that was a double kill for him. But it's okay, Antidote has his back, uses the operator to equalize it. And now 4v4 on the map, all of Bengaluru grouping onto this B side, looking to go for this push. Is going to be up to Antidote to hold it down from market. With the pings coming out for Bengaluru, I expect the smokes to come out as well onto market and CT, and they will go try to get side control. You can see now, all of Hyderabad, they're likely to go for that flank push with the retake. But Antidote, what was that shot? Able to pick up that kill and dash away on time. Antidote secures the lead for Hyderabad. Antidote with the sick operator shot to make sure that now Hyderabad, they have the advantage when they go for the retake.
30 seconds left.
At this point, hellRangeR, oh, he's going to miss those shots on Hellfighter, and those might just be the ones that count, as Hunter's Fury is going to be coming in. Antidote will be using his up trap to get rid of that, but Lightning Fast, he'll get that kill. As Antidote will come in, he'll get one onto Lightning Fast as well. KappA is going to get that kill, but will give away his position. A recon dart will make sure that he is pinged. Hot Hands is going to drop the angles that he can peek from. Shock Dart's going to be coming in, as right to ace will finish that kill off. While his teammates goes in for the defuse, he'll pick up that op and make his way out of sight, as this was a good retake coming in from the side of Team Hyderabad.
Yeah, really nice retake, able to make sure that they take this around for themselves, equalize the scoreline, and pick up the operator on the back of it. Meaning now Antidote, he'll be able to buy his teammate a gun, and they'll be able to get the full buys throughout. Now, Bengaluru, they did win a couple of rounds back-to-back, so for themselves, they will be able to get the same. But this op shot from Antidote, barely peeking out of the smoke, really taking a huge risk, but able to get the kill and dash out on time, and then bring out the Blade Storm to facilitate that retake. Antidote on fire with that round. Just absolutely amazing plays from him to really step up there. Now, he's playing chicken with this turret here, but Lightning Fast just using that turret for the peaks, meaning that he just backs up as soon as the molly is thrown out and is able to step back. You can see all of Hyderabad, they're playing it much more defensively now, waiting for them to come through. It's going to pay off for them with that peak, as Amaterasu able to take down his counter IGL and secure this first blood for Team Hyderabad. Now all of Team Bengaluru, they were spread out looking for picks, but being the ones picked on themselves, now it's going to be up to them to try and take mid control and then force the side.
Oh, there you go, right to ace. He's going to pick one up and tag the other player, which is going to be Sova, but Skills is going to get rid of Excali as lightning fast will add to that, and Amaterasu is going to fall. And this is back to a 3v3, so advantage no one, but the door is going to be something that will be a possible line of contention. Now, this is smart by Killjoy. No, it was not. I thought that he was going to wait for the timer before he would have gone in to detain the players, but it looks like the detain will still be coming in, and this is going to be a bait as the players just being held on as Hellfighter will fall, but Skills will get taken out by right to ace. It's all down to KappA now. He has been tagged by that Hunter's Fury once. The spike is going to be in the control of Antidote's long line of sight. As the second KappA goes in for this peak, he will have to contest with two players, not to mention the clock ticking down. Recon Dart, no, not so much. No time for that. Antidote, a lot of time for that kill. And Hyderabad is going to retake that. I mean, they're going to retake that win. And that is going to be a very important round for them.
Yeah, the lead now once again for Team Hyderabad. Antidote with that operator, man. It really feels like when he has it, you simply cannot peek him down, except you don't know where he's going to be because he's continuously creative with his positioning, always able to find these different angles to peek down, surprise them and pick up the kills on the basis of that. Antidote on point, 7 kills to his name. Props to be given to Hellfighter too, because he is leading that kill shot, really able to, like, the key reason these three triple duelists able to happen is because Hellfighter is able to play that Omen through and through. That versatility shown by him, absolutely humongous for the team of Hyderabad. Now, aggressive push looking like it's gonna come in, but instead the paranoia just beat by Bengaluru as they look to establish control over that alt point in that B main area, looking to pick themselves up for their raise. But over here, it's Skills in the 1v1 duel against right to ace. He will win and secure the advantage, and now a lot of pressure onto Team Hyderabad on that A main side. I'm expecting Bangalore to instead use that pressure to bait and switch, go for this B side.
I mean, on B, the swarm grenades are going to be lobbed from quite a distance away as the running back is going to be coming in. The Guardian in the hands of Lightning Fast is ready. From the shadows is going to get cancelled by HellRangeR because his position got called out, but time is not going to be on the side of Team Bangalore. They need to make this push happen. They need to make that push happen now. They do have the man advantage. As Excali, he'll be holding right inside the smoke. This might just be the play. He's going to get away from that boom bot. And what a smart play by him. This might just be the reason that this round could go in the favor of Team Hyderabad.
Now, Hyderabad, they are a man down, but they can go for the retake because they're already here. The paranoia to set themselves up as they go for it. It will be Bangalore trying to hold on for the retake. And look at the positioning for Skills in this map. He's already flanked through from mid, pushing in from market. SkRossi holding down will get a double, but now Skills giving so much information to his team that hey, they're not in market. On the backside, they're not there. That means they're definitely on site and allowing his team to go for the peak. It's Skills finishing it off for a flawless round to equalize it on the board for Team Bengaluru. A really nice round for them. A fast push using that Omen ultimate to see if they can get through onto that B side, A side with the help of the running back. But as soon as they called out, they're like, you know what? They heard the running back. They heard it from the shadows. They're bound to rotate onto A. Let's just quickly push in onto B and use the fact that B completely empty to establish side control for us. Bengaluru with the right calls able to now force Hyderabad onto an eco and give themselves a chance to take this lead right here, right now.
I mean, what a chance for, you know, Team Hyderabad to take that advantage and make it bigger. But it looks like they will not seize the opportunity when it is given to them, as KappA will be spotting the player of Antidote, the Jet, inside of the hall. A shock dart is going to take away most of his damage as HellRangeR. He's awfully close to getting that smoke bank, but will he be able to do it? That is going to be a negative, as KappA and HellRangeR are going to start off. Hellfighter is going to get one, but Skills is going to be quick to react as Antidote will finally have to get the trade for his teammate. Now a 3v2. Antidote's position called out. Will he be able to pick this Phantom up? Yep, there you go. So this is going to make things a lot more easier for him to take gunfights on, but his teammate is only going to be having a ghost. A recon dart comes in right to ace. He will have to play this smart. along with his teammate. Solo game is not going to work here.
He's getting backed up by Antidote as they're moving through this market. But for Bengaluru, they're like, we know exactly where you are because our alarm bot went down in mid. We know both of you are a B. We're just gonna peace out, get our way into A, get the spike planted. And a cautious play by Bengaluru, giving that respect to Hyderabad for not taking the 1v1 duels without the spike planted, meaning now they're able to get into the post plants and play for the spike in itself. It's going to be up to Hyderabad to push through. Now they have the guns ready. This is their eco round. If they can pull out a thrifty, it would be huge, but the time is running out, so they need to start going. It'll be SkRossi picking up that first kill. Right to Ace making his way through A main, looking for something. Nobody on site. All of Bengaluru trying to deny the entries. Meaning Right to Ace completely free to go for this diffuse, but ends up going for the fake and makes Bengaluru come to him. He'll pick up that first kill. Senses another person there, will pick up skills, but the time just running out for him. He'll have to get away from it. Will get blown up by the spike. Does pick up 2 kills on the back of it though, so that will hurt Bengaluru's economy.
I mean, I agree that picking up those skills is going to hurt Bangalore's economy, but at this point, at what cost is the real question, because neither was he able to save that Vandal for himself, so probably, you know, helping his team's economy, but at the same time, they did end up losing another round. I get it, it was an eco round, but at the same time, getting that close to a 2v3, had they just played off each other's backs a little bit closer, they would have been able to get it to a 2v2. But it looks like that will be something that is going to be on hindsight, and hindsight, as always, is going to be a lot stronger than foresight. So right now, it will be Team Hyderabad who will have to make sure that they pick up the 3 rounds that are left, because on defense, they are on defense on ascent, and they have not been able to take the advantage for a long time. Now as Amaterasu is going to get 1, he'll get 2. Antidote is going to join that party, and it's just going to be a trade for a trade. But it's Team Hyderabad that comes out on top. Hellfighter, he's already coming in from the back. Right to Ace is also pretty close to sight, and Killjoy on Lightning Fast is going to have to worry about a lot of lines of sight. The second she goes in for that plant, her position is going to get called out, and then there'll be only one place that she'll be able to play in. That will be Boathouse, but it looks like a swarm grenade will be dropped. The spike will get executed. Hellfighter will make this move that is so needed from his side, as the alarm bot will just about go out of range. The turret will get taken out. The owl drone will spot the Killjoy, and what a shot coming in from Right to Ace. Knew exactly where he had to aim, and that was it.
Yeah, Right to Ace able to take down Lightning Fast, meaning once again we're equalized on the scoreline. I think if this ends up going back and forth again in the last 2 rounds and we go to a 6-6, Hyderabad will be happy. They have a triple duelist composition, right? For them, it's not about the defense side at all. For them, it's trying to go onto the attacking side on an equal ground that they can then look to push through on the basis of it. You can see though, for Bengaluru, I think we'll just have to see if Bengaluru can take the lead here, because they have been very confident with their approach. They have been like considerably better than we saw in map 2, and I'm just happy to see that they've been able to reset their mental and pull it back.
Okay.
Now you can see for Bengaluru a 5-man stack towards this B site as they look to push through. And I think with the Killjoy lockdown ready, this is all about setting up that lockdown towards the alt point area and then looking to stake site control on the basis of that. You can see now Lightning Fast moving in, the lockdown likely to come down, and as well as towards the mid area trying to get the peaks. It's Bengaluru with the lockdown now committing to this B site as a whole, just trying to hold on, but all of Hyderabad is ready for this push, trying to prevent it from happening.
But I really like the stack that is coming in from the Bengaluru side. They want to go all in, but Hyderabad, they are ready for that kill. They are trying to delay some time here. Amaterasu will go for that. KappA will be taken out. That was the first kill. I mean, a good start for Hyderabad, but they need more of that as Excali. He is in a different form today. He'll get 1, he'll get 2 as Rossi will come back to take rid of Right to Ace. But this stack, it's not working out for Bengaluru this time. Amazing spray coming through from all the players of Hyderabad. And as you know, there was a flurry of kills at that point of time. Hyderabad was on the giving end, and Bengaluru on the receiving end, struggling to get those retakes. Excali starting it off, getting the first, and then getting the couple there. Antidote holding his angle really well, made sure that nothing is going to work for the Bengaluru side this time. And the kind of competition that we are seeing right now, every round counts. After 11 round, it's just that it's only one round that separates the two teams. So every round after this, it's going to make a lot of difference. And if Hyderabad gets this one as well, I guess it's going to get tougher for Bengaluru to come back in the second half.
Now, 6-5 in the favor of Hyderabad. If they can take a lead, it would be humongous for them in the second half, because the attacking is where they will be able to be much more proactive with their triple duelist composition. So we'll see if Bangalore are able to pull it back. A fake TP from hellRangeR, a really interesting thought as well, because it was smoked out towards the mid, so I'm not sure where he was expecting that to go. The run it back from Amaterasu will not get a kill, but does get a bunch of information to hellRangeR's positioning. And now hellRangeR trying to get out there, will barely get out with the shot down, but they're chasing him down. But hellRangeR with the spam able to take him out. But on the back end, it's Hellfighter and Antidote with a couple more, meaning now Hyderabad with a 2-man advantage, and Hellfighter gets another, looking for their lead in this first half.
I mean, Bangalore, they were so close to making sure that they got that advantage, but it looks like it's going to be Team Hyderabad who will walk away with that. Now, unless SkRossi and KappA can come up with something with the Vandal and Stinger in their hands, this is going to be a small but still a definite advantage for Team Hyderabad's
30
going on to the
seconds
split. But still, Team Bangalore, they should be, they should still be happy with the performance that they've put in on a map like Ascent, especially on the weaker side.
Yeah, I think Bangalore, they will be content with it, but for them, it was always about like trying to find their confidence back in the first half, right? And I think they have found that. So now it's about making sure that they're able to go onto their defensive half, try to get some back-to-back rounds in their favor, and deny the aggressive pushes of Hyderabad. Because for Bangalore, they will be slightly more comfortable in the defense, but that same goes for Hyderabad, right? They have the triple duelist, and for them, it's going to be fast, aggressive pushes throughout, or quick peeks throughout the multiple angles in A main and B main. What I want to see from Bangalore is try and use the paint grenades of that the raise in SkRossi proactively. Try to get the chip damage in, because if you're able to do that, you inherently make sure that they have to play into your Sentinel, they have to play into that Killjoy, and that's where you can find the lead. Now you can see the alarm bot set up for lightning fast towards that mid area to allow a multi-man stack into B side. They're expecting a B side push, and they might just be right about it. Hyderabad, they're going to spread themselves out. A couple members looking to A, but the spike and 3 members towards this B side, meaning it's all about trying to just find the peaks at mid and then looking to committing to a side.
Well, for Team Bangalore, this is going to be the chance to redeem themselves from, that kind of a... Honestly, let's just forget about the split, alright? We'll act as if it never happened. So this is going to be a chance for Team Bangalore to equalize from what they've just come back from. And there you go, the Jet will get spotted. 1 HP on SkRossi. Will this be something that, they will look back on and be like, 1 HP, that is just so unlucky. But that is something that they will have to deal with. Amaterasu will be looking to drop a hot hand. There is an alarm bot in front of him. Will he be getting that? Yes, he will. That is going to be taken out. So SkRossi still with 1 HP. Boom bot comes out. There is 45 seconds for Team Hyderabad to make some plays.
5v5 on the map. Hyderabad, they've taken mid control. They've looked for the peaks everywhere. But Bangalore, they're being disciplined, not willing to give it to them. Now Hyderabad, they're going to make their way onto B, and it's being held down by 1 HP SkRossi. If he can even get some kill for his health, it will be absolutely humongous. Will be able to get one, and that's huge. Now just trying to deny as much as possible by the time. Gets a headshot, but gets taken down by Amaterasu and Excali instantly. And now with the spike planted, it's Hyderabad trying to hold on against the retake. And on the retake, it's kills with that catwalk control, able to pick up the first. Now approaching from multiple angles as lightning fast, and KappA pushed in through the rafters. Skills through long. In goes Bangalore for that retake. You can see though, Hellfighter and Excali putting it down from under the rafters, picking up a double kill now, making sure that it's unable for KappA to push in. Point grenade to make sure that he's only able to jump down. On the right side is Excali with the beautiful plays and the triple to secure the pistol round for Hyderabad.
That was smart, but that was you know what was better? The fact that he was at 2 HP and he was still able to get that kill. In fact, get 2 kills. Despite the player knowing exactly where Excali was, that was not a kill that KappA could confirm, and it basically needed a single bullet. A sneeze was more than enough to get rid of Excali, but it was not to be, as the person just does not want to die.
Yeah, I mean, 1 HP, 2 HP. What we do know is both Excali and SkRossi, they're top class players on this race. If I was that low, I would be like trembling in my boots, but when they're that low, they're like, we need to pick up a kill. They do just that, and now Excali with the aggressive push down into B side. Look at the havoc he's causing. Already picked up a kill, he's already in this site, and now forcing them to either respond to him or to play here. Amaterasu knows that there's someone in winery, will flush them out. Throw out that hot hands, it's Antidote picking up the kill. And now with the side control that Cali has gained for his team, they're all going to go for this B-side rotate. B-side completely open for Hyderabad to go to.
Well, this rotate will be coming in, but right away he's ready and he will gun down 2 without any problems. It's down to KappA now with the classic in hand. Will the frenzy come out on top? No, looks like the Jet is not looking to take any kind of a chance, as she will use the tailwind to get out of that line of sight. But at this point, the spike has been planted. The position is called out. The Sova is going to get memed on, I believe. Please don't. Oh, there you go. Right to ace. Why did you have to do that? We wanted to see a meme coming in from the side of Excali, but it looks like it will be the end of that player nonetheless.
Yeah, and knife was definitely on the cards there for Excali, but right to ace did end up just walking into his counterpart and just ends up shooting him down. Now with the anti-eco win, it's 9-5 for Hyderabad, looking extremely strong here on the attacking side, where they're able to just force Bangalore to respond to their movements, to respond to their plays. The operator now picked up for Antidote. This is going to be a very important round for both the teams, because it is the full buy for Bengaluru and a 5,000 gun bot for Hyderabad. The investments in for both the teams. Now we'll have to see which one able to make it count. The spike dropped all the way in the back, so the strategy for Hyderabad is just real simple. Push yourselves out across the map, take control of B main and B main, and force Bengaluru to rotate towards this one side, then go for another. They do just that, but it's SkRossi able to pick up Excali on his back, and with the run it back, even though Amaterasu is able to get the control, Spike not here just yet, so they need to make sure they get here fast, because all of Bengaluru now starting to rotate. They'll be ready for the retake even before the side Spike gets planted.
Well, that will be something to see, but right to ace, he's going to be the player that is definitely going to be on the cards to take his team to the win, as Hellfighter is going to get that. SkRossi gets the trade, but Hellfighter, he'll be joining to get another one, as it looks like Hyderabad's crossfires as well as their general communication that is clearly being shown in the trade games that they play, because it just looks like there is no way that you can break down this team of Hyderabad, and they're just going after each other. They're just making sure that the trade game is going to be on point, and honestly, that is one of the reasons that they have picked up so many rounds. But looks like Antidote will have to deal with this player of HellRangeR, as he is going to get that kill. That is unfortunate, as now the Omen of Hellfighter, he'll be very low on HP. The spike plant is going to give away his position. A teleport and a smoke is going to be in the cards for this player, but as soon as he breaks cover, Hellfighter, he's already ready for it, as HellRangeR will fall, and that is unfortunate for Team Bangalore. 10-5 Team Hyderabad.
A huge win for Team Hyderabad, because even though they lose the operator, the rest of them only had the weapons that they carried over from the anti-eco. So on a whole, it was a severe downwards spiral for Bengaluru in terms of eco. And for Hyderabad, now with the double digits, a chance for them to really push through. Hyderabad dominating on the attacking side, just pulling the strings of Bangalore bit by bit. They're like, we create a bit of pressure here, you go there. As soon as you go there, we go to the other side, and you are the ones who have to come to us. We are the ones who are going to always have the advantage, who speaks, and it's Hyderabad continuously dictating that sort of tempo, able to just surprise Bangalore and make sure that they're not able to find those advantageous sidelines that you expect on the defensive side. Excali causing so much havoc down in that B-side area, picks up that double, clears the side for his team. Even though he ends up going down, now Hyderabad will look to use his pressure to get into this side.
Well, a 4v3 for Team Bangalore. Defend on lightning fast, going to be a player on site with a Sheriff, and that is not the gun that you would want, especially when 4 players of Team Hyderabad are going to be running onto you. As Amaterasu will just wait for the intel coming in from that owl drone. He will be ready. The curveball should be coming in, but the paranoia is going to come out first, as he will get rid of Hellfighter, taking revenge for the last round. That is going to be HellRangeR, making it equal. He'll pick up the Vandal, not before the hot hands are going to prevent him from pushing further, but it looks like Antidote will just hold on to the rotate. HellRangeR will still get that kill on Antidote.
seconds left.
What a shot that would be coming in from that player. But now the Killjoy turret will give some damage to right to Ace, but also give away his position. The Killjoy, he'll get one, but Skills comes in from the side. Amaterasu picks one up. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Phoenix versus the Phoenix. The curveball comes in. Amaterasu's ready for that peak. As he drops, he will connect that headshot. How? How do you do that, Amaterasu? That was amazing.
Absolutely nuts. In the air, able to just move his crosshair perfectly onto the opposing Phoenix's head and getting the headshot. It's way tougher than it looks, guys. I know Amaterasu makes it look easy. It is certainly not easy at all. Damn, Amaterasu. Now 11 rounds for the team of Hyderabad, looking for their match point and series point with this next round. Hellfighter has been on fire though. I feel like we don't get to talk about him as much because he's more of that defensive player, but his frags are always impact frags. His frags always lead to a lot of pressure being either relieved or caused, and making sure that his team are able to get some sort of advantage on the basis of it. Hellfighter really strong on this Omen, enabling his team to play that triple duelist where they can thrive and allow players like Excali to just completely unlock themselves and cause havoc all across the map. This round is going to be Hyderabad looking for, again, this is a similar strategy. They play around a couple of sites, this time main control, while looking for that mid control as well with Excali, and keeping Antidote towards that B-side area with the off to look for any aggressive push coming out. A smart approach, meaning that now Excali with mid control can give information to his team about the rotations, and using that information, they rotate over to B.
I mean, a 5v5 with 45 seconds on the board. This is one round that Bangalore certainly needs to make sure that they take, because match point for Team Hyderabad is not going to be something that it's not going to be easy for Team Bangalore to come back from. And despite all the efforts that they have put in on this map, despite the 7-5 split that they have gotten, they've not been able to pick up rounds. Since then, the Hunter series is going to be coming out, forcing KappA to run around, as it looks like the last class will get wasted, but SkRossi will pick one. There you go, Excali comes in again, he'll pick one up, but SkRossi gets that trade. Hellfighter's going to get one instead. Missing shots from Antidote on the op, that is not something that we see, but the frenzy comes out. A 3v2 to defend. The spike is about to get initiated. He'll connect with one, he'll connect with two, and what a play coming in from Hellfighter. Instead of getting the spike down, he is going to spray down two players, and the look on HellRangeR's face in the video, that says it all.
I mean, yeah, you see it right here on the replay. As soon as he hears that flash coming in, just looks up for the peak and finds the two clean headshots. The spray transfer on the Vandal, one of the most difficult guns to pull it off with. Hellfighter just doing it with ease, showing exactly why he's on top of that leaderboard. 19 kills to his name. Hellfighter on fire. He doesn't want to go to map 4. He wants to end it right here. And damn, so far in the attacking side, Team Hyderabad, they've not lost a single round. They barely lose their duels. Like you can see here, Excali, he loves causing havoc in that big main area. Picks up a kill, throws out his grenade onto market. But all this is just noise. Already they're towards the A side. They're setting themselves up. I see the running back ready for Amaterasu, and expect that running back to be used to take control of the A side. The running back, a really good tool against the Killjoy, because the running back will basically just clear all of the utility, and this recon drone giving the information of their positioning will mean now, as they reveal Hyderabad, they will go full commit onto the A side.
Bangalore, they've already lost a player. There you go, the From the Shadows is going to get wasted as well. Run it back coming in from Amaterasu. He's already made his way down to 3. He knows all of this is clear, but it looks like Bangalore has just fallen back, giving him map control and giving them the false sense of awareness that maybe this might just be clear, but it looks like right away he'll take up any course of action that is needed to get that spike down, and he'll do exactly that. This looks like Bangalore has reached the end. HellRangeR again, just rubbing his eyes, not understanding what is happening, as it looks like this is going to be a tough retake. Hot hands dropped, curveball should be coming in. There you go, the flash will come in, but 1 kill, 2 kill, and that is going to be Excali getting that last kill. Sorry, Hellfighter getting that, and there you go. That is the end for Team Bangalore. What a play coming in from the side of Team Hyderabad. I just cannot believe what has happened. I mean, one game that goes to overtime and then almost clean sweeps coming in from the side of Hyderabad. I don't know what to say.
I mean, this is exactly what I meant when I said that for Hyderabad, the attacking side will be more of a breeze when they're able to dictate the tempo. We saw the same strategy, obviously in different forms, but the same idea in every single round. They went 8-0 on the attack, sorry, 6-0 on the attacking side by just constantly spreading themselves out, taking control of the A main and B main angles. And one round we saw mid control as well. But the entire idea was to force Team Bangalore onto their own cards, force them to take the 1v1 duels where they know that their triple duelist comp will excel, and then use that pressure to just switch over on point Team Hyderabad now with the 3-0 moving on to the finals.
You muted Dinkar.
I'm always muted and I'll always forget to unmute. So yeah, thank you so much for letting me know that. We talked about this before the start of the game as well, that the 3 duelist composition that's going to come into play when Hyderabad switches on to attacker. Now, when the first half of the game, that was more balanced with both teams taking 4 rounds each, then 5 rounds each. So it was more of a balanced game, which everyone was liking in the chat as well. I was looking through the chat when I was not casting. Yes, so it gives you an impression how close the game was. But as soon as the advantage, if it goes to any of the teams, they'll make the best out of it. And today it was Hyderabad winning it in 3 straight sets. I mean, before the start of the game, I didn't expect the result to be this. But yeah, it is what it is right now. Team Hyderabad winning in 3 straight sets, closing it very early. I thought it would go to the 5th set, but it is unfortunate that we didn't get to see the other maps and we didn't get to see the complete 5-set game.
I mean, I would love to see a 5-set game between both these teams, but the fact of the matter is that we're not going to be getting that opportunity because Hyderabad, they don't want to give us, the chat, the viewers, anyone the opportunity of taking a map against them. And here is a geeky fact for CA as well as for our chat, because you might have missed it because we were not you were not probably there for the game, but Team Hyderabad, they've only dropped 2 maps throughout the course of this competition. They haven't lost a single game, and the only 2 maps that they have dropped, I mean, it's just one map that they have dropped, that is going to be Bind against Team Delhi and then against Team Bangalore. And today, they didn't let it come down to that. They just finish it off on Ascent, Split, as well as Haven. And that is going to be a 3-0 for Team Hyderabad. Very, very well played.
Yeah, it's really nice to see as a caster, I think, for all of us, the exact idea and the strategy while just watching the players. You can almost imagine what the comms are going to be. And when you can do that for a team, that's when you know that the comms are very clean. A lot of the times we have teams where the comms are either too cluttered or the comms are too little, where the players are not communicating with each other. And it becomes very hard to find the balance between both of them. It feels like Hyderabad, they have that on point. This team, it's not just like a team in itself. They're like a family, able to just talk to each other so well, able to communicate the things on point, make sure that in that particular round, there is nothing going on without each other knowing. And with all that communication happening, all that information flowing, it becomes very easy for them in their attacking side of every map to just force the issue where they want to, not where the opponents want them to.
Actually, that is where the difference comes in. When you talk about both the teams, they are very good. They are 2 of the top teams in the Indian Valorant circuit. But when it's those little differences that matter. And at the end of the day, Hyderabad was slightly better today, and you could see the happiness as soon as they won the game. You could see, I was really happy to see the face cams today. So yeah, that came into play. And now they are in the finals. They are very close to winning the Skyesports League. And on top of that, they are also going to go away with the 4 lakh prize pool. This is the season 1 right now. And going into the finals, it's always a good thing when these top teams are fighting against each other. if you talk about their group, it was very hard with Bengaluru coming in, and then on top of that there was Delhi as well. I was a little disappointed by the performance of Delhi in that the games they played against Bengaluru and Hyderabad. They were good against Punjab, but other than that they were nowhere to be seen. Yes, there was a game against Hyderabad. I was not here. It was a three-setter where they actually gave Hyderabad the run for the money. So that was something. But I would have loved to see a lot more of that, because we know how good Delhi is. It's Bengaluru versus Hyderabad today, and we're talking about Delhi just because of the fact that we expected a lot more from them. But today, Bengaluru, it was just not the right day for them. It's going to be Hyderabad moving into the finals, and that too with a 3-0 victory.
I mean, I'm actually pretty sure that Bangalore would be crying about the fact that they did not get to play bind, because I know
Yeah.
for a fact that if we went to bind, this would have been a completely different matchup between both these teams. It would not. I mean, I'm not saying that it would have been a Bangalore win coming in necessarily, because yes, there were the other four maps that they would have to play. But at the same time, a Bangalore win on bind would have given them the morale, the comfort that they
Yeah.
already have 1 point in the bag, and they will probably look to, go move forward from that. But it looks like that is going to be in the past. As now, let's talk a little bit about the future, as this is going to be game 2, which will be Kolkata versus Team Rajasthan.
Both top tier teams here. You see, for Kolkata, it is like, I think for them, it is all about trying to make sure they get to the finals and be able to represent for their team and for their city against Team Hyderabad. But for Rajasthan, I feel like this is a bit of a vengeance story. Like, you have
Yeah.
players like Deathmaker and MW1. Like, for them, it's all about just popping off and making sure that they establish their dominance and their brilliance in this matchup. So I'm excited to see what sort of performances we see on both sides, because while Kolkata, they themselves have those individual firepower, their strength really lies in their teamwork. For Rajasthan, I just want to see Deathmaker and MW1, as we saw earlier today, right? They're on that top 5 chart in terms of the kills and KD, and they're going to look to make sure that maybe by the end of the day they'll be the top 2.
Yeah, and Heaven as well. I mean, he was kind of off in the first half of the tournament, but after that he was just a different kind of player. I remember when it was the third round in Haven, I guess, where they were going in, and Haven changed to Omen, and Neo changed to Sage, and from then on, Haven didn't look back. Like now, even if he's playing on a different operator, he just seems like a different guy. I saw a lot of respect for him in the chat as well. He's a veteran player, and when these veteran players come in into the game, you expect them to do a lot better. Evan was kind of off in the first few games, but I think that was just practice for Heaven, and now it's the Heaven we have been looking for. I mean, at some point of time, we see him, even he's on the top of the leaderboard, with Deathmaker and MW1 still in the team. That is a very, very, very difficult job. And Deathmaker, he's maintaining a 2 KD. That shows you the kind of influence he has on his team, and the kind of the kind of importance he's carrying. Just because when Deathmaker is alive, even if it's a 1v3, his team would certainly look up to him, that yes, that guy can do it. And with MW and Heaven stepping up as well, and Neo, this guy, we haven't talked much about him, but he's also supporting his teammates a lot. The kind of smoke usage paranoia coming in from Neo with on the Omen, he opens up a lot of spaces for his team, and he makes sure that he's the playmaker there. Even if he's not getting a lot of kills, he's making sure that the strategy is on point, and the execution of the plans they are making, that's top notch from him.
I agree. I think that support players do get a bad rap. Like we saw right to Ace, he was not on the scoreboard in a prominent position on either of these maps, to be fair. But you cannot deny the fact that if he was not there, none of the players on top of him would be maintaining that position, because support players, they are definitely going to be the reason that your team is able to do a lot of things that you would otherwise not be able to do. There you go, look at that. The top 5 has finally been revised. Deathmaker and Flex still maintaining their spot, but for how long is going to be the question, because Excali, he's just
Wow.
3 kills from equalizing with Flex, 4 to overtake him and equalize himself with Deathmaker. But it looks like Excali will have to wait a little longer before Deathmaker will be, even close to his reckoning, because Deathmaker, he's going to be playing a game tomorrow. And we know for a fact that he's not going to be dropping anything that will be called a less or a low number of kills.
Yeah, it will be like a rare spectacle, like watching the Northern Lights. If Deathmaker actually doesn't manage to frag out, it's something that we almost come to expect of him naturally, where an off day becomes where he's barely maintaining a 1 KDA. And that sort of play is what really sets the pace for a team like Rajasthan, right? Because Kolkata, for them, they're a team that has been together for a while. They're a team that really speaks of how you progress from a team that just started out to becoming one of the most feared teams in the country. So for Kolkata, it's about maintaining that level of dominance for themselves. So high stakes on both regards. I'm excited to see what comes out. And for Kolkata, I'm going to keep my eye on Skargard. I think recently he has been very versatile with this play. We've
Yeah.
seen him on the Omen, we've seen him on the Duelist as well. And I feel like, as you mentioned, right, support players, they don't get as much recognition. And I feel like not in terms of the Duelist, but in terms of the role in the team in itself, like the idea of what role you play. Like, are you playing the defensive role, or are you playing the role that is bringing the team together? Skargard, a very important factor. I think if he pops off, it'll be just an easy match for Kolkata. So I'm excited to see if it will be Kolkata using their teamwork to come out on top, or if Deathmaker, MW1, Hevan, as you said, all of these veterans just able to steal the show and establish their dominance.
Mean, if you look at it from that perspective, Kolkata and Rajasthan, they are very different teams.
Yep.
Rajasthan, they feed on heavy fragging from two of the players. I mean, they feed on Deathmaker and MW1 making the play, taking away those frags, and trying to get the control. But if you talk about Kolkata, they are a very different team. They are like each of the five players, they are giving 20%, and then that makes the 100%. The workload management is there. It's like everybody is going in, but it has a disadvantage to it. When one of their players, if he shuts down, that's like the complete chain shutting down. And that's where things get interesting. We saw in one of those games, I guess it was against Chennai, where Shivi was kind of off. And this happens to Kolkata. If one of their players is off, the complete team kinds of shut down. There is an issue that comes in for the team. So I would really like to see if that has been fixed tomorrow, because if Deathmaker and MW1 they get going, it's going to be tough job for Kolkata to go over the line and maybe move into the finals. Either ways, it's going to be a very tough final again, semi-final again. Just like we saw today. Even if the scoreline doesn't suggest it, we saw the first game going to overtime. Second game was not that good, but the first half of third game, that was very very competitive. And I guess if when we go down to tomorrow, the game at the same time, it will be Kolkata versus Rajasthan. It's going to be another nail biter. It will start well as well. Sometimes scorelines, they don't tell the exact story how the team played, so that's what I don't like. But yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, if someone saw the scoreline of 3-0, they would think that it was a very easy win for Hyderabad. But in fact, that was not the case. The only easy win that they got was essentially split. Even Ascent was not an easy win. The first half was something where they really had to struggle to keep the rounds going. And on Haven, they basically almost lost it. So a 3-0, yes, but a 3-0, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we were expecting this. The rounds, they will always go down to the wire because they're just top tier teams. And it just leads me to wonder if that Haven map had gone differently, even if they lost Split and Ascent, they would get to go to Bind and then look to make their way to map 5. And it brings us back to like what we were talking about when this all started, the importance of starting the series off right in a best of 5, the importance of winning that map 1. Bengaluru, they faltered a little bit, and that falter turned into a stumble, and that stumble just ended up with them in a 3-0 loss. I'm sure, though, they're a team that we will see around in the community and that will just look to go off of this loss and come back stronger. So I'll keep my eyes out for them. But for now, Hyderabad, they're a team that's continuing their dominance over our entire community, now making their way onto finals. It'll be cool to see which of Kolkata or Rajasthan will be able to get to that spot and then challenge Hyderabad for that title. I had an amazing time casting with you guys, so thank you for having me here.
And it was amazing casting with you as well. But these two teams, nothing can separate them. And if even if Bengaluru wouldn't have won that second game, even if they didn't lose it this badly, their confidence and morale, that would have been better, and that would have helped them in the third game itself. We could see that as soon as they started losing after that 5-5, everything felt like a pack of cards there. It was just going away. As soon as the switch happened, it was all Hyderabad. There was, just like Heaven, there was no Bengaluru in that game. It was like everyone is frozen and Hyderabad is making the play, and they are playing, they're toying with them right now. The confidence, everything was going down. The duels, they were won too often by the Hyderabad side, and that made their play play completely. So I was looking forward to a lot stronger. If you talk about Bengaluru side, that didn't happen today, and it all comes down to the mental play. These players, they have played a lot. Everywhere, if you talk about the the skills, the crosshair placement, everything is top notch from all of these players. You cannot separate these two teams based on that. It's just that on a given day, the mentality, the confidence, if things are going your way or not, if you are winning those games, and what you are carrying forward from the last game, that creates a lot of difference. And I guess Bengaluru, just because they had a bad start, that got carried forward to the second game, and second game was just even worse for them. So the third game, even if they started well, I mean 4-4, 5-5, yeah, I would say that that's good start, just because the scoreline in the last game was 13-3. So yeah, it was a good start, but unfortunately that didn't work out for them, unfortunately. But yeah, it's again, it comes down to, if you're a good team, if you want to be on the top of the leaderboards, you need to be good on every map. You just can't rely on bind coming in and then maybe getting that upper hand. If you want to be on the top, if you want to be the king of the jungle, if you want to be the lion of the jungle, you need to make sure that you can hunt down any team on any map, and that's what Hyderabad did today.
I agree. I think Team Hyderabad, they were ready for Team Bangalore with respect to whatever they wanted to throw at them. Yes, I think that Haven was a little faltery for them. They were, a little shaky in their knees, but it looks like they were able to get over that pretty soon. And I especially think that the map of Split, it wouldn't have been that close if the comeback didn't come in from Hyderabad on Haven. Had Hyderabad taken Haven in a clean way, or had they lost it, Split would not have been that one-sided, because I really think the loss at match point twice for Team Bangalore was something they couldn't really get over for the rest of the game. And Split was where they were completely annihilated, but Ascent was where they were, laid to rest, is what we can say. But nonetheless, tomorrow's game is going to be Team Kolkata taking on Team Rajasthan, as that will be the second semi-final that we have. Team Hyderabad already in the finals. Bangalore, they will have to fight for a place for the third, or if they lose again, for a fourth spot in the tournament. But till then, this is going to be me, Dr. Dang, CA, as well as Dinkar, signing off, as it was great casting with you all. A great game. GG's Hyderabad. Well played, Team Bangalore, and see you all tomorrow.
And another, until, deep in the complexity, you discover order, speed, reliability, power. Experience the WD Black NVMe SSD. Fueled by darkness. Level up to NVMe SSD performance.
I'm back strong. back strong.